Danganronpa.
Hello everyone, CMeeCraft here, and welcome to the stream. We're going into Danganronpa Chapter 4 today. Well, I guess technically the second half. We have discovered murder to have taken place, and so we are here to solve it. Sorry. My voice feels a bit off today, but hopefully it won't be too much of an issue. Hello, LDK. Welcome. Alright, let's get into this. That ought to do. And of course, gotta swap to the proper stream view. Wait a minute, what? Okay. I was concerned for a second there. Looks like we are good. We are good. Everyone good with audio balancing today, hopefully? Oh, Kathy, we're glad to have you here as well. Alright, let's shift this window a bit. Okay, let's carry on. So, when we last left off,
Sakura's dead?
Yeah.
She's really dead?
This is not going to be good for Hina's psyche. I heard Hina talking, but my eyes stared steadily forward. Hey Alex, welcome. I could only look on at Sakura's dead body. We didn't make it in time. It's happened again. Muttering to herself, Kyoko began to gently inspect Sakura's body. I wondered, was she confirming that Sakura really was dead? Checking for a pulse or a reaction? Oh no. She's like broken mentally. You can tell already. Oh, thank you, Kathy. I enjoy playing this as well. In fact, I just saw the rest of the series is on sale on Steam right now. Like 30% off. I might go ahead and buy it. I can get like 2 and 3 and also some other like maybe spin-off game for like 30 bucks right now. So I think I might pull the trigger there. Because I definitely think we should do... we might not start the second one immediately after finishing this one, but I do think we ought to do that at some point. It's a very good game thus far. I imagine the sequel should hopefully also be good. That's how this normally works, right? I have to go get them. I have to get the others. On shaky legs, Hina left the rec room. And I... Why? Why did this have to happen? That's all I could say. I repeated it over and over again. I need to examine Sakura's body. I just stood there motionless behind her while she checked Sakura's corpse. Time passed. While I stood there unable to do a thing, time just passed. And after I don't know how long, I got everyone. Oh, go, ogre!
Yes.
So she's dead, huh?
I see.
Sakura's been killed. I see. As soon as they arrived, Kyoko began.
Just a second.
You heard the announcement just now, right? So you know what this means.
Interesting.
Sakura was murdered, and by someone in this very room. Is that what you were going to say?
Huh?
No. Whoever killed her. It's not just someone in this room.
It's your fault.
Who's one of you? Hiro, Pyakuya, Toko, what have you killed Sakura?
What?
You're accusing us before we've even begun the investigation. Hello, a puppet draws. I don't need to investigate anything. Because you hated her. You hated the sight of her.
I won't forgive
None of you did it. I know it. You know it. Or is it? And this has, if this is unknown, it's gotta be Monokuma, right? You know it. Okay. Jeez, I didn't know your power level would increase by that much just by getting mad.
What the heck?
What are you doing here?
Come on.
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to hand out my little murder flyer. That's right. It's the next Monokuma file. Don't get so mad, Miss Asahina, or you're gonna ruin that lewd little face of yours. Now then, with that, hold on. There's something I want to ask you. Huh? It was you, wasn't it? You killed Sakura. Oh, I hadn't even considered that possibility. Right, if Sakura picked a fight with Monokuma, then, in theory.
Say what?
Huh? Sakura wanted to challenge the mastermind to a duel. Maybe you and her fought again, and then...
In other words...
Then I killed her? Sorry, not quite. Actually, not even close. Has left already been disabled? What do you mean by that? Are we having like a stereo issue, or? Anyway. That whole thing is totally irrelevant now. Sakura came to a most regrettable end without even getting a chance to finish things with me.
Phew.
Which, thank God for that, it saved me the trouble of having to go through with our little fights. Last stream, someone said the left control might be disabled. As a channel redeem? Oh, really? Let me take a look. Talking as like a... as far as I'm aware, nothing should be disabled. But I don't really know what you're talking about. Because even for someone like me, it would have been no mean feat to take down a behemoth like that.
Hey,
I gotta tell you, I was actually pretty worried. I mean, she'd violated a rule by attacking me in the first place, but I wasn't able to punish her. Really? You weren't able to... That's going to irrelevance.
well, darn.
So I know who it was, but whoever the blackened is this time, I owe you one. So, predictions immediately. She was definitely poisoned. Like, there's no way she wasn't poisoned. That Chekhov's gun was set up at the beginning of this chapter. Definitely got fired here. Because how else would you have killed her? Now the question is, who poisoned her? And I could see it being suicide. I could see it being anyone who like just wanted to kill her. I could see it being Hina, in theory. I could see a scenario where Sakura's like, hey, this is getting out of hand. You got attacked earlier. Let's get you out of here. If you poison me, you'll be the blockage and then you can survive. I could even see a scenario where maybe it was all some big mistake or misunderstanding. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see. You owe them one? Oopsie, before you all get pissy-body about me, you better figure out who did it first. Because, I mean, your lives are all on the line, right?
What is this?
What the hell? He owes someone? Oh, thanks, this is not a great name. It's a great name.
I won't forgive you.
I hate him. I hate this whole thing. Well, I, for one, am glad it was Sakura. She's working for the mastermind, after all. Fair. How can you say that now? Sorry, I don't have time for your squabbling. The next game has already begun. If you want to be angry at someone, be angry at whoever killed Sakura.
Anyway.
Right now, our top priority needs to be uncovering Sakura's killer. If we can't do that, we're all dead. Then let's decide who will stand guard this time. I'll do it. Hina? I'm okay. Just let me handle it. Besides, I ought to be here with Sakura.
That's fine.
Okay then, Hina is guard number 1, but we need one more. Kyoko, that's you. Interesting. Although, don't we need her out investigating?
What?
Me? You're always a thorn in my side. This time, just stand by and watch quietly. Consider that an order. Trying to keep Kyoko from investigating, that's suspicious, Byakuya. Exactly what the murderer would do. We all know Kyoko's our best investigator on the squad, so, I mean, come on, man. In order? Who put you in charge?
That's fine.
Fine, I'll stay behind. Then it's settled. Let's begin, shall we? Hold on! Before that, there's something I want to say.
What?
Which is... Hiro, Byakuya, Toko, none of you are allowed to step foot in the crime scene. Huh. What? We're literally already here, man. How can you enforce that?
It's your fault!
One of you killed Sakura!
I won't.
Or that someone like that come anywhere near her.
Stop talking.
Don't be stupid. Our lives are in just as much danger as yours. You have every right to investigate. I don't care what you say. I'm not letting the one who killed Sakura anywhere near her. Even if it means I have to use force, you're not getting in here. Well, it appears further discussion would be a waste of time. How about a compromise?
It's all clear now.
I won't ask you to let all of us in, just let me. What? You don't really care, do you? You're both useless anyway.
Yep.
Nope, don't really care. I'd rather spend my time coming up with another splendid fantasy involving Master anyway. And you, Hiro, do you really object? If you're gonna go that far, what can I do? I mean, I don't have anything to hide, so why should I care? I mean, you're not really the brightest bulb in the pack anyway.
It's all clear now.
Checking a lot of red herrings? Yeah, for sure. Then it's decided.
What are you saying?
Nothing's decided.
Calm down.
I know how you feel, Hina, but you should agree to this request. But
Hey,
we have to find out who killed Sakura,
correct.
for those of us still alive, and to honor Sakura's memory. Fine. Guess that's okay. No matter what, Bianca, you absolutely aren't allowed to touch her. Naturally, who would want to touch a filthy dead body?
Listen,
That's enough fighting. We need to focus on the investigation from here on out. Everyone keep this in mind. We can't uncover Sakura's killer.
listen to me.
All of us face execution. Finding out who killed Sakura. It's not a matter of hoping we can do it. If we want to survive, we have to do it. It's a kind of hopeless hope. We have no choice but to just do it. I'd better check the Monokuma file before anything else. The victim was Sakura Ogami. The time of death is estimated to be around 12 noon. The body was discovered in the rec room on the 3rd floor of the school. There is evidence of a strong blow to the victim's head. No other injuries were noticed. However, it seems that at some point the victim suffered from violent vomiting of blood. That's a poison for sure. Sakura Investigation Part 2, Sakura investigates Sakura. Sakura's voice only. That is in poor taste, Joey. Man. I mean, guess you spent your hard-earned channel points. Man. Monokuma file number 4 is an added to the truth vault section of your handbook.
Hey,
I think the case this time might be a challenge. Alright. Sakura, ghost detective. Why is that?
so...
The only way into the rec room is the door we just came through. And that door had been jammed shut with the chair from inside the rec room. Which means the killer would have had to escape somehow after barring the door. So if the door was blocked from the inside, and there was no way in or out till we broke the window, it's like zero escape, right?
In other words,
this is a classic locked room murder. Locked room murder? I guess you might see this kind of thing a lot in mystery movies or books or whatever. But could it really happen in real life? And right before our very eyes like this?
hey,
Are you curious to hear more about what a locked room murder entails? Sure, if you don't mind.
that's fine.
When you break down this kind of murder mystery, there are 4 basic types. The first type is when the locked room is created after the actual crime is committed. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. This simply means that the killer commits his crime, then through some special method seals the room. This mainly involves some sort of trick involving the locking of the room. Basic approaches include using a string or simple mechanism. There are a number of variations. So for that, all we'd have to do is check the door to see if that's what it was, right?
Correct.
The second type is when the locked room already exists before the crime is committed. Oh?
In other words,
Basically, the killer uses a special contraption or tool from outside to target the victim inside. What does only Sakura's voice means? It means I'm being Sakura. You push a switch and it fires a handgun. You shoot an arrow through a gap in the door, something like that.
however,
But in this case, that doesn't seem to fit. There are no guns or arrows in the school, and the door doesn't have any gap that would allow it. Yeah, I think we can probably cross that one off the list.
it's true.
The third type is when the killer stays in the room until it's opened up. What do you mean by that?
In other words,
They stay hidden, and when the door is opened, they use the confusion to blend in with the group. They pretend they showed up along with everyone else, and that's that. That sounds like it could have been possible. Maybe. How? I mean, wait. Hina went and grabbed everyone. Hina was outside the door. Like, there's no evidence for this unless we are missing details about when everyone showed up.
it's true.
And the fourth and final type is when it wasn't actually a locked room at all. Not a locked room?
In other words,
By that I mean there actually is an alternate escape route somewhere within the room. How do you remember all the characters' voices? I mean, there's only like 7 of them at this point, so it's not that hard. Danganronpa is actually kind of nice in that respect because the voice variety narrows over time. You see this a lot in novels and things, but in reality it's generally not possible. Then you think we can cross that one off too?
Indeed.
I believe so, yes. So when it comes to locked room mysteries, those are the basics. So there are 4 possibilities. Then Kyoko, which of those 4 choices seems the most likely in this case?
It's true.
That's a good question. Answering that should be our primary focus during this trial. But right now, I can't really say. I see. The way the killer set up the locked room. Until I figured that out, the truth behind Sakura's death will stay hidden. So it's totally last type? I don't know. Seems unlikely. Kyoko normally has a good head on her shoulders. It's definitely a tough mystery. I need to concentrate and investigate as much as I can. For Sakura, if nothing else. Alright. What are we going to investigate now? Let's look at the blood. Blood is normally a sign of murder. There are shards of glass scattered all around the chair Sakura was sitting on. Guess it wasn't blood after all. Should get my prescription checked, I suppose. The glass is all red and... These are the top and bottom sections of a bottle, right? So this must have originally been a bottle. Glass shards on the floor has been added to the truth bullets section of your handbook. Huh, there's something else on the ground near the glass. It's a figure. It fits in the palm of my hand. Is that a Monokuma-themed chess set knight? That sounds incredible. Is it possible she could have done this to herself, maybe out of guilt? I wouldn't rule it out necessarily, but we need a stronger motive than that, I would think. It's a Monokuma figure. Figure on the floor has been added to the truth bolt section of your handbook. So that figure is totally a chess piece. Therefore, we should look for a chessboard, perhaps. What is there anything? Oh, those bottles look familiar. Oh, interesting. There are 4 red bottles lined up on the shelf. And inside each bottle, there's some kind of Monokuma figure. What I'm wondering is how they'd get those figures inside the bottle. So different from your standard ship in a bottle. Huh? You know, where the bottle's opening is smaller than the boat placed inside. You've never seen that? Oh yeah, maybe I have.
In other words.
So this is the Monokuma version of that. A Monokuma bottle, if you will. Monokuma bottle has been added to the truth bolt section of your handbook. I wonder if the selection of the knight has any specific significance. I feel like I'm finally starting to make sense of things little by little. The Monokuma bottle sitting on the shelf. The Monokuma figure we found on the ground. The red shards of glass which probably started out as a bottle. Which means Sakura must have been hit in the head with a Monokuma bottle, right? The shards of glass in the Monokuma figure are evidence of that. So I think it's safe to say that the Monokuma bottle was the weapon. Let's talk to some witnesses.
What the heck?
We already know who did it. Yakichogo, our hero. It had to be one of them. Well, technically, then we don't know who did it. We have a selection of suspects, which we need to narrow it down to one, Hina. Get a calm head on your shoulders. Come on. I couldn't stand the sight of her. You really don't you, Makoto? Well, I don't want to say anything for sure without finding out more. Then let me help you find out more. You see, Sakura asked all 3 of them to meet with her. You know where? Right here in the rec room. Is this true? What? After I went to the nurse's office this morning, Sakura and I both left together, right? Well, eventually she went off on her own. When I saw her again after that, she told me. She said she'd left a note for each of them. She asked them to meet her in the rec room by noon. By noon, the Monokuma file said she died right around then. I'm telling you the truth, I heard it right from Sakura herself. And I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. She said not to worry, that she just wanted to talk to them. And this is what happened. If I'd stopped her by force, even, this never would have happened. Hina. It's impossible to not have regrets, I know. Boy's account has been added to the Truth Bolt section of your handbook. Know how ships and bottles are made, but how did they assemble the Monokuma figures in the bottles? Could be difficult. But the fact that she had asked those three to meet with her. Hello, Light. Or, hello, Light. And she asked them to come to the rec room at noon, same time and place she ended up dying. It might be good to confirm what I just heard with the three of them directly. What is this about? There's some kind of plastic container rolling around near the entrance to the room.
So...
It looks like a protein drink. And it's empty. We are in chapter 4. Sakura must have drank it. Everyone knows how much she loved her protein. And she mentioned more than once how protein was good for all sorts of ailments.
wrong.
I wouldn't take that to heart if I were you. I know. But still, this protein can. It's got a label on it that says Chem A2. That reminds me, Sakura mentioned how the Chem Lab had all kinds of health stuff. So she must have gotten this from the Chem Lab.
Just a second.
But that's strange. Huh? What is?
Hey,
You see what's scattered around the can? Shards of light blue glass. They must be parts of the window I broke to get inside.
correct.
But they aren't just scattered around the can, they're also underneath it. Why does that matter?
So...
Can't say for sure yet, but you're probably going to want to take note of it. I feel like it'll become an important clue later on. An important clue? I'm not sure I see how. Empty protein drink has been added to the Truth Bolt section of your handbook. The protein drink came through this shattered window here, clearly. We'll talk to some more... Well, what is this? This looks like some kind of wrapper.
Huh?
That's... Do you recognize it, Hina?
Well...
Well, yeah, I mean, I gave it to her. That's a candy wrapper. Sakura does not strike me as the type to eat candy. Sakura got super upset when she found out Genocide Jack had attacked me, right? So after we left the nurse's office, I gave it to her. I thought it might help her calm down a little. So you gave that candy to Sakura? I found a big box of them in the warehouse. I really like them. Actually, as soon as we could get into the warehouse, I took the entire box back to my room. Made sure nobody else could get their hands on them. You really like them that much?
'Cause, I mean...
But I wanted Sakura to get a chance to try one for herself. That's why I gave it to her. But now they've lost all their flavor. Hina. Polka dot candy wrapper has been added to the Truth Bolt section of your handbook.
What the heck?
Whoops, I thought I was examining the board game. Blood. Interesting. There's a blood stain in front of the magazine shelf. It must have come from Sakura, right? But that doesn't make sense. Why is it so far away from where she died? Magazine shelf bloodstain has been added to the Truth Bolt section of your handbook. What do you make of this, Kyoko?
However...
But for Sakura to have been killed... Yeah, she's not the type who would go down without a fight.
It's true.
And she certainly didn't, I would say. She was the ultimate martial artist, strong in body, mind, and spirits. So how's the killer able to get the upper hand on her? I wonder, Did someone get the upper hand? They must have taken her by surprise, right?
Certainly.
Certainly would have needed to if they expected to stand any chance against her.
What?
What do you want? You're bothering me. There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Make it quick. Is it true that Sakura asked you to meet her in the rec room? So you found out. Interesting. Then it's true. I did receive a note to that effect, yes. But what fool would do what it said and risk being killed by that monster? So you didn't go see her? Of course not. I ripped the note to shreds and threw it away. I haven't seen Sakura today at all. Byakuya says he didn't go see her. Is that the truth? Well, until I can prove otherwise, I have no choice but to accept it as fact.
Come on.
If you're all finished, please remove yourself from my sight. Okay, thanks. Byakuya's account has been added to the Truthbolt section of your handbook. Okay. The locker is open. How strange. Huh, the locker is open. And they're on the inside. It's a handprint.
Why?
What's a handprint doing here? Looks like someone touched the inside of the locker and it left a handprint in all the dust.
It's true.
It looks quite fresh, too. I'd say someone was hiding in the locker and they left behind a little something extra. So then, maybe the killer hid in here until the locked room was opened, don't you think? And during the confusion, they popped out and joined the rest of the group.
Wrong.
Unfortunately, that's not a possibility. Huh? Why not?
Hey,
Think back before you opened the door. We looked inside the room, right? Oh yeah, the locker was already open at that point.
indeed.
So there's no way someone could have hidden in there until after we opened the door. Yeah, so then, what does this handprint mean? Locker handprint has been added to the Truthbolt section of your handbook. Who is Jack the Ripper? He was a serial killer in England in like the 1800s, I think. This door is the only way in or out of the rec room. The door doesn't have a lock, and there is no evidence that the mountings have been tampered with. Only that will change the door is the smashed window. Oh, wait, right, we did that. Wait, we did that, huh? We did that? That doesn't make any sense. Did it imply a planting of evidence? Which happened, of course, when I broke it in to get inside. There's no evidence that any of the string or mechanism was used on the door. In other words, I don't see anything suspicious about the door itself. I believe that's everything in here. Let's go interview some more suspects. Never mind. We're examining the door still. Let's go. I need to examine the crime scene as much as possible. Never mind, there's still something to see here. What about the clock? It's around 1 o'clock right now. According to the Monokuma file, Sakura died around 12 noon. So roughly an hour ago. Was that when Kyoko and I were moving alter ego? Now am I free to go? No, I am not. I suppose I could look at the magazine rack. The same shelf full of magazines. There's all different kinds of magazines here. Oh, we didn't examine the body. What an oversight. Sakura drew her last breath, sitting slumped forward in this chair. There's obvious evidence of the blow to the head Sakura suffered. Normally, I wouldn't have a problem believing that's what killed her. but according to the Monokuma file, she also had vomited blood. And I can see a trace of blood on her lips for sure. So what would have caused her to vomit blood? The Monokuma file specifically said she hadn't suffered any other injuries. Status of Sakura's body has been added to the Truth Bolt section of your handbook. Maybe her getting hit in the head somehow caused her to start vomiting blood. Not a chance. Byakuya.
That's fine.
However, your eyes have landed on a most interesting location. Interesting?
Naturally.
Yes, most interesting, don't you agree? No, I don't think I'd call it interesting. But it does make me wonder. The reason Sakura vomited blood absolutely has to be connected to why she died. Now I can depart. Never mind, there's still more things to look at. Is this chair relevant? The chair was shoved up against the doorknob, so we couldn't get the door open. There's no evidence that any kind of string or mechanism was used on the chair. In other words, there's no reason to think the chair had anything special done to it. Having examined both the door and the chair, there's no doubt the reason the door didn't open was simply because the chair was shoved up against it. This kept the doorknob from turning and the door from opening. And there was no evidence of the door or chair being tampered with or anything like that. So the killer must have created the locked door from the inside, not from the outside. The rec room door has been added to the Truth Bolt section of your handbook.
Listen.
Well, good. Have you finished with your general investigation? Yeah, I think so, for the most part.
So then,
And you should probably go talk with people now. I'm on guard duty, so I can't leave.
listen to me.
Which I've decided you'll go in my place. She's decided. She's gotten a lot more pushy since we had our issue. But she's right, I do have to go talk to the others. Sakura wanted to meet with the other two people. I need to hear what they have to say. Alright, that I cannot leave via the door. I must leave by pressing R. Okay, freedom. Sheesh. Alright, back to normal investigations. Alright, those other two probably went back to their rooms. $75 hours on the second game. Wow. Wow. Okay. So the biggest thing that's striking me right now is the protein shake. It's above the glass. But the glass came when we broke into the room, so that must have been placed later. So someone was fabricating evidence in the scuffle. The question is who and why. Hey, Toko! I pressed the doorbell. And after a few seconds... who's there?
Who's there?
Oh, voice acting. Oh, the most negative aura I've ever felt. An aura of total decay.
Well, what do you want?
I mean, last time we were suspicious it wasn't you.
So you're back to normal. Genocide Jack isn't around anymore.
Don't even say her name. It makes me sick to my stomach. I was in such a good mood, too.
She didn't look like she was in a good mood.
Hey, I was hoping to talk to you about something. Is now a bad time?
I don't care if it's a bad time. Talk to her. Obviously annoyed, Toko slithered out into the hall.
What do you want?
What, you said you wanted to talk to me about something? I wanted to talk about the fact that Sakura had asked to meet with you. Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Byakuya already told me she had asked to meet with him. What? She wanted to meet with Master too? What? I just said two, didn't I? I guess that's totally obvious, huh? Yeah, pretty much. So, can you tell me about it? I admit I did get the note, but I didn't go see her. I was scared, so I could bring myself to go. Toko claims she did go see her, but can I really believe her? Well, until I can prove otherwise, I have no choice but to accept it as fact. Is that good enough? I'm gonna be back in my room. With that, Toko quickly retreated into her room. Toko's account has been added to the Truth Bolt section of your handbook. And she's suspicious, but she's always suspicious. It'd be more suspicious if she wasn't suspicious. I don't think anyone... Oh, hold on. Yeah, here, you still live here. I press the doorbell. And after a few seconds...
You know?
What's up, Makoto? Did you need something? Yes. Yeah, actually, I just wanted to check something. It's about how Sakura wanted to meet with you? What do you know about that?
Could it be?
Did you maybe gaze into my soul? Have your special abilities awakened in you? But I'm not the one who she wanted to meet with. Huh? Ogre told me herself that she asked Yaga and Toko to come too. What? When did Sakura tell you that? Oh, well, Is the player canonically like 4-2? I don't know. It's an odd design decision, for sure. When she has to meet with her, of course. You went and met with her, actually, didn't you? Did you learn nothing from last time, man? Sheesh. But didn't she write you a note? Yeah, a note.
How about that?
She gave it to me in person, and she happened to mention the others, like, in passing. I gotta be honest, this is super suspicious. So then you went and met with Sakura. No way, I totally didn't. Oh, why would I ever do that? Yeah, definitely suspicious.
Actually,
Last time I saw Ogre was when Hina got hurt and I took her to the nurse's office.
don't look at me.
I haven't seen her since then. While I'm here, could you show me the note she gave you? Do I still have it? Let's see. Hero's feeling around in his pockets.
Hey, come on.
Sorry, looks like I don't have it anymore. With a big goofy smile on his face, he pulled his hands back out of his pockets. But when he did, I saw something flutter to the ground. Something had fallen out of Hero's pocket. Why is he so suspicious? I don't really peg him as a murderer, but what are you hiding? Who's your favorite character? Like, of the currently living ones? Probably Kyoko? Huh. Now that's interesting. Huh? Quick as the wind, Hero snatched it back up again and shoved it back into his pocket.
Hey, come on.
Sorry, just a bit of trash I forgot to throw out. Trash? Anyway, I can't deny that Ogre asked me to meet with you, but I never wins. So if you'll excuse me. If he's not the killer, what is he panicking about? And I'm still not convinced Hina isn't the killer. And I don't really peg her as a murderer, and if she were to murder someone, I don't think it'd be Sakura. And her acting, if she is the murderer, is very convincing. But I think she's one of the few people who could do it. Like, she could definitely arrange things as such. What, 5'3"? Is that the canonical height of my character? Before waiting for a reply, Hero quickly slipped back into his room. Hero said that was just trash, but there's no way that's all there was to it. Pocket trash has been added to the Truth Bolt section of your handbook, including dead people. I mean, it's probably still Kyoko. I know, I'd quite liked, what was the girl's name? Sayaka a bit, but I don't know. And she did turn out to be like cold-blooded killer, so. Same with Celeste. Okay, so I've heard from Toko and Hiro. What next? Oh, each person's report card has their height, really. I'll definitely have to look at the actual crime scene again, but on top of that, maybe I should find out more about the protein can we found on the floor of the rec room. I'm sure it must have come from the chem lab. So where should I start? So you're saying on the report card I can see statistics. Oh, I can. Oh yeah, I'm 5'3". Fairly short. See, am I considerably shorter than everyone else? See, 5'9", 6'1". Okay. 6'2", 5'9", 5'7", 6 foot exactly. 5'5", 5'6", 5'3", 5'4", 5'4", 5'5", 5'7", 4'10". Okay, great. I wasn't the shortest one. Sheesh, I'm tied for second shortest. What the heck? How'd that happen? Even shorter than like the vast majority of the girls. Okay, let's go to the chem lab. So I guess, yeah, I canonically should be shorter than most of the characters. Though I still think my perspective is probably too short for my canon heights. But I don't know, maybe not. Player character is twink by definition. Seems like it's. Where are the stairs again? Why can't they just have a normal staircase that just like is in one place and goes up to all the floors? Why are the staircases so scattered around here? It makes no sense. There's a whole lot of rooms up here that so far seem actually irrelevant to the case. That's the office. Where's the chem lab? That's the data lab. Am I in the wrong area? What? Chem lab was on this floor. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Chihiro's an interesting character. Makoto, did you have your eye on the chem lab too? Just make sure you don't get in my way. Yeah, I got it. I think what you meant to say was, yes, sir, I understand. Okay, what's this? Spill? This isn't my first time seeing this shelf, but I just can't get over how big it is. I should probably take a close look at it. Looks like 3 shelves have been connected together to make one giant shelf. But more important right now, what's that powder that's been spilled in front of the shelf? I have to be careful not to step in it. Alright, we got footprints. These could be important. These are footprints? And they seem pretty big. And they're only in front of the left shelf. How do these footprints add to the scene as a whole? We may need to sketch out the floor plan. By we, do you mean me? How kind of you to offer. With an insufferable smirk, he handed me a piece of paper and a pen.
What?
Well, let's go. Chop, chop. Okay. So I got to work. Before long, I'd drawn up a sketch of the room. So how's this? Not bad. For you, I mean. For me?
I see.
So, when you look at it like this, interesting. Yeah, that's a okay, hold on. So you walk in, I can't really show you guys, but you walk in with those, but step, 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 step. This is when it's where things get weird. Because those two in the top right, that's a right and a left on the wrong side. So you'd have to have your feet like crossed. It's a very weird pattern of footprints. It would appear that whoever left these footprints only had business at the leftmost shelf. You can hide the text. Yeah, I'm aware. What button is that again? Oops. Anyways, that's what the footprints tell me.
I see.
These footprints must be...
It's certainly possible.
Makoto, are they yours? I just got here. No!
What?
Okay, then let me see your shoe and I'll confirm their size for myself. I couldn't think of a reason not to, so I quietly did what Byakuya said. I see, your feet do appear to be too big. Too big? I'm one of the smallest people here. Too big. And that would imply probably one of the girls then, because girls have smaller feet typically. Because there's no way I don't have the smallest feet of any of the guys. Unfortunately, I must admit these are not your footprints. Unfortunately? But with how clear these prints are, it should be quite easy to determine who they do belong to. Shortest one is dead though? Well, yeah, but I think even a girl of this similar height would probably have smaller feet than a man. Not certain, but I think that's how that works. Because I know men's sizes are bigger, but I'm not sure if that's just because men are in general taller, so that proportion works out that way. Or if they're larger per ratio. These prints are a really valuable clue. Unless someone just has freakishly small feet. There's a broken bottle in front of the shelf. This is where all the powder came from. It looks like the bottle had a label on it. Chem C4. Would like to hear something interesting. I was on the 4th floor this morning, checking things out, and at that point this room wasn't like this. Then this powder must have been spilled.
So in other words...
Well, that's right, it could only have been around the time of the incident. If that really is what happened, when it happened, it must be related to the case somehow. Source of the powder has been added to the truth bolt section of your handbook. Did I figure what out? How to hide text? Or the scene of the, or who murdered the people? Now here's the question. Is it possible these footprints could be just a total plant? Right, they're in a very weird pattern if you were actually walking. Like, could someone have just grabbed a shoe from a small person and then just like planted it, just like with their hand, just pressed it against the floor to make fake steps? I feel like that would be hard to do convincingly, but not impossible. Especially if they have any heavy shoes around. Like if they're like some steel-toed boots or something, maybe. I'd text. I mean, I know I've done it before. I forget what the hotkey is. And if Makoto's... There's two sides of my hair. Alright, let's see if anything's missing. Let's see, what's on this shelf? There are all kinds of dietary supplements and different medicines. The protein drink we found at the rec room probably came from this shelf. All the containers on the shelf are labeled with the letter A and a number. Wasn't the protein shake wasn't A, was it? So I guess I consider this part of the shelving unit, section A. Huh, but wait. There's one bottle in here that's labeled Chem C9? Someone put it here on accident. Interesting. Let me look at my truth bullets. Okay, no, it was from A2. So that checks out. So on this shelf is... looks like a bunch of chemicals that I have no idea what they are. They're reagents. Put simply, they're used in experiments to bring about a chemical reaction. How have you lived in such ignorance for so long? It must truly be bliss. Isn't that kind of harsh?
What?
Why do you think studying science and mathematics has no practical application in the real world?
That's fine.
The words of a lifelong loser, which I suppose suits you well. Probably wasn't protein mix. Well, I do believe there were, when we first discovered this room, we did notice there were protein shakes and whatnot, I believe. Didn't even say that. They had, her and Tina had particularly gone off about how, like, oh, there's such good supplements and stuff here. Anyway, that doesn't matter right now. I need to focus on the shelf. All the containers on the shelf are labeled with the letter B and a number. So I guess I can consider this part of the shelving unit section B. I don't see anything out of the ordinary here. In which case I don't have to worry about too much about this shelf. On this shelf is... well, look, and I can tell it's nothing but dangerous chemicals. These look like poisons and other powerful chemicals. And the containers on the shelf are labeled with the letters C and a number. So I guess I can consider this part of the shelving unit section C. I should try to find out more about the shelving unit. Looks like it's split into 3 sections. Section A has dietary supplements, Section B has reagents, and Section C has lethal chemicals. Sucker must have gotten the protein powder from Section A. But what concerns me is that in Section A, there's a bottle with a label from Section C. What was a bottle of poison from Section C doing in Section A? There's definitely something going on there. Still, it seems unlikely you'd take that by mistake. Okay. Oops. If I had a bottle from C, they must have mixed before planted such use in the rec room? Possibly. I have to check out this area. Didn't I check out everything here? I guess I didn't check out the spill itself. There's a bunch of yellow powder scattered on the floor. I'd better not leave a footprint. I should probably take a good hard look at that powder. There's a bunch of yellow powder scattered on the floor in front of the shelf. There's also the remains of a broken bottle. Looks like the bottle was labeled Chem C4. Also, it looks like someone left footprints in the powder. Based on the positioning of the footprints, whoever it was only went to the left side of the shelf, at least after the bottle was spilled. According to Byakuya, the powder would have had to have been spilled right around the time of the incident. That's all I can tell for now. Footprints in the powders when added to the truth bolt section of your handbook. I've already taken a good look at the chem lab. Maybe I should take another look around the rec room. Isn't that already there? And still poison is the likely outcome here, I think. Question is who? Is the rec room on this floor? I think so.
Hey,
Samakoda, how's your investigation going? I told Kyoko what Toko and Hiro had told me.
I see.
I see, so along with Byakuya, they're both claiming they didn't go see her. It's all too convenient. Someone must be lying. Someone's lying.
Anyway,
Well, I've made some progress of my own. Sakura's body, the shelf of magazines, and the Monokuma bottles. These things have revealed new clues. You do well to look them over one more time. Okay. What's going on with the magazines? Kyoko said the magazine shelf was hiding a clue of some kind. Clue. Huh. This magazine is upside down. Did someone put it back that way on accident?
hey,
If something catches your eye, it's important for you to explore that in detail, don't you think? Yeah, you're right. I picked up the inverted magazine and flipped through it. This is way too convenient, surely, right? On one of the pages near the center of the magazine, a word had been written in bold, bloody letters. It said Toko. Yeah, it's generally a good idea to investigate stuff. Could this be a dying message?
correct.
Then it would appear you found it. Kyoko, is this?
So,
It is indeed a dying message. Someone used their finger to write it. A dying message.
however,
Just to be clear, I'm not the one who put it back upside down. It was already like that when I found it a little while ago. I tried to put it back exactly as I found it, for the benefit of others who might come looking. Hey, is that... That says Toko, right? Yeah, it looks like it.
What the heck?
Then she's the killer, right? Well, it hasn't been confirmed yet.
I won't forgive
Settled on, she's the killer for sure. That's conclusive evidence, right? We can use it to corner the killer. I can see why you would think that, but it just seems too easy. If anything, it makes me much more suspicious. Yeah, I mean, it's probably not Toko. Okay. I go out the body. According to Kyoko, there's still something to be discovered from Sakura's body.
just a second.
Just staring off into space isn't going to help you figure anything out. Well, yeah, I know, but
Hey,
don't you think I might need to actually examine the body? Yeah, I guess. There's no getting around it. Unlike me, Kyoko didn't recoil at the thought of touching a dead body. She was completely unemotional. It's the kind of thing I've grown perversely used to. Although there are still sometimes... I can't believe how calm you are no matter how many times I see a dead body. I can't get used to it.
it's true.
That's totally normal. Then how can you? I guess she's not normal?
So,
I imagine it's because I've had plenty of opportunities to touch dead bodies in the past. And I'm assuming it's probably because she's ultimate detective, which again, hasn't been confirmed, but I mean, come on. Like, come on. But that's kind of a suspicious thing to just drop in the middle of conversation. What? Sorry, never mind.
Hey,
More important to look here. Okay, that doesn't make sense. Her shoes. Like, there's no way Sakura has smaller shoes than me.
correct.
See that yellow powder on her instep? Yeah, it really stands out.
I see.
There's clue number 1. That her ultimate killer? I don't see it. Yellow powder has been added to the truth bolt section of your handbook.
Hey,
Next is a wound on to her head. Look carefully.
it's true.
Actually, even telling you that, it's incredibly difficult to spot, so let me just explain.
It would seem...
It would appear that she didn't suffer a single blow. Instead received 2 blows to the head. 2 blows.
Indeed.
Interesting, wouldn't you say? And there's one more interesting thing.
Correct.
Both of her hands were spotless. There's absolutely no trace of blood on either one. So she didn't write the message.
It's true.
So that's what I learned from examining her body in detail. Okay, hold on. She was in... Nah, that doesn't make sense. Because if she got hit in the head twice, we have 2 broken bottles. One in the chem lab and one here. But how would she take a blow to the head in the chem lab and then also here? Because the thing is, I'm not sure you could change around the scene of the crime when the murder weapon was glass bottles like this, right? It's not like when we had mallets or just like, oh, we used a different mallet and then we just cleaned up and stuff. You know, you use a glass bottle and it shatters, that's gonna be difficult to just kind of clean up, pick up, and move somewhere else. Which implies that she really would have been hit in the chem lab, then come to the rec room for some reason. Why do you not go to the nurse's office after that? And then got hit there as well. Could she have been chased? Because it doesn't make sense, right? If it was the same person, she wouldn't have just like, oh, you hit me in the head here. All right, let's go down to a different room. And oh, I still trust you. Oh wait, you killed me again. Think the writers just forgot how short the PC is? No way, no way. These guys are too meticulous. Or I could just have freakishly large feet. Like, I mean, I personally have fairly large feet for my height, so it's not implausible. Kyoko's examination summary has been added to the Truth Bolt section of your handbook. Can't believe she was able to learn all that just by looking at her body. I don't think anyone at Kyoko could have pulled that off. Like foot size is not directly correlated with height. Like, I think I'm like, maybe like an inch or 2 maybe shorter than my dad, but I wear like 3 or 4 sizes larger than him in shoes. So, foot size is not always directly correlated with height. Now, there's variety. Okay, and what about these bottles? I think Kyoko said she found a new clue involving the Monokuma bottles. How tall is Sakura again? Like 6 foot, I think? Something new, something new.
Hey,
So, did you figure it out? There's a hidden correlation between... there's hidden correlation between all the bottles. Pay careful attention, you're sure to find it. There's 2 missing bottles. It's not just the knights, the queen is also missing. That's what it is. Where's the queen? Could the queen bottle have been the one from upstairs? And that's why the bottle was moved from C to A, to make it appear that the bottle from C was missing. Perhaps this implies maybe the powder that we thought was poison wasn't actually poison. Maybe it was just actually powder of just like a harmless variety. Interesting. Hey, Kyoko, can't you just tell me what it is?
So,
I don't mind guiding you towards clues, but giving you my conclusion isn't a good idea. Each person needs to come to their own conclusions so that everyone can have confidence in the outcome. Fair. And it's not just because you don't trust me, right? I think I may have made her mad. No answer! I do trust you to a degree. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you anything to begin with. Only to a degree? Monokuma bottle has been updated in the Truth Bolt section of your handbook.
hey,
Actually, there's one other thing about the Monokuma bottles that's bothering me. I'd like to do an experiment to confirm it. You don't mind helping me, right? And as long as it doesn't involve smashing over the head with a bottle, you know, go ahead. And experiments?
anyway,
Can you add up all the pieces of the broken Monokuma bottle? Try to get the smaller pieces, too. Huh. Are you sure it's okay to mess with the crime scene like that?
that doesn't matter.
I've already done a thorough investigation, so it's fine. And that obnoxious Byakuya's not here, so...
So then,
Anyway, I need to get something from the chem lab while I'm gone. Try to gather up all the glass. I'll try. With that, Kyoko left the room. I don't know what this is about, but... Kyoko's the real queen? For sure. What choice do I have? I'd better just do it. I took the broom and dustpan and got to work collecting all the broken bottle pieces. And just as I finished up... Sorry to keep you waiting.
so then,
Is everything ready? Then let's get to work. So what kind of experiment are we doing?
in other words,
I got a scale from the chem lab. We're going to use it to compare weights. Okay, alright, she's agreeing with my theory that the bottle in the chem lab was not a chem lab bottle, it was actually a Monokuma bottle. Compare the weights of what? Yeah, something like that, Ansel. The pieces of glass you collected, and the one of the Monokuma bottle that's still intact. Why do you want to do that? That's the point of the experiment. It'll make sense when we're done.
listen.
First, let's compare the weight of two of the normal Monokuma bottles. Okay. It's balanced. Statistically, that's actually kind of surprising. I would imagine the bishop would weigh slightly more than the pawn, but maybe not.
In other words,
Which means each Monokuma bottle weighs about the same. Which makes sense. The Monokuma figures inside are basically the same, and nothing else could really affect the weight. And other than the different chess pieces, but I mean, chess pieces are generally light enough, it probably wouldn't affect it too much either way, I guess.
so then,
There comes the important part. Well, the pieces you picked up on one side of the scale. Now what might we expect to see? Well, a normal assumption would be either they'll balance out, or the pieces I collected will be lighter. I did my best to get them all, but there's a chance I could have missed some here and there.
so then,
Okay then, let's give it a try. It's heavier. So this bottle was from the chem lab then. The broken pieces are heavier? How is that possible? Oh, I see. The two bottle hits took place in here. Then, the killer wanted to set up a secondary crime scene in the chem lab. Gathered up what they thought was enough bottle pieces to create the appearance of a bottle in the chem lab, but didn't get enough. And therefore, we still had more weight here. Okay.
I knew it.
Just as I thought. What?
In other words,
The results of our experiments and the correlation between each of the bottles. Put it all together.
hey,
I believe you'll arrive at one very persuasive conclusion. So what do you think? It's all on you? Monkum bottle experiment has been added to the truth bolt section of your handbook. What, are we done already? I normally have a much better mental picture of what the crime looks like before going into this.
Whoops! You caught me sleeping. Your investigation was just so boring I couldn't stay awake. Should I do it? Is it okay? Can I?
I mean, like, I don't feel like I'm ready for this, but I don't know what else we could investigate right now. Like, I've got a few fragmented events in my mind. I don't really have a clear timeline yet. And I certainly don't have a suspect.
Okay, then let's begin the class trial. You know where to meet, right?
Final suspicions? I mean... Obviously, Hiro's suspicious. He's almost too suspicious, though. I don't think it's Toko. I think she's being framed again. I could see Hina doing it if it was like an inside job, right? If Sakura's starting to get concerned about Hina's safety and is just like, okay, look, we're getting you out of here. You kill me. We'll make sure we frame it up so you don't get killed, and then you'll survive, you'll be the blackened, you'll get out of here. So, yeah.
Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon.
Then there's also the fact, we haven't really touched on this, the protein shake was planted after the fact. That's relevant. That is very relevant. Wait a minute. The protein shake would have been gotten from A, shelf A. Huh. Interesting. It's already time, but the mystery of the locked room is still only half solved. At this point, whatever happens will have to happen at the class trial. Right, and the locked room part is concerning as well, because if Sakura died from blunt force trauma to the head, would she... I guess it's plausible she could have been hit in such a way where she was able to move around and, like... Because with the chair, the way the chair would work, had to be someone in the room to do that. Sakura was obviously in the room. If she was if it was the inside job idea of like Hina does some blows and then Sakura like locks it behind. Sakura is in a very like peaceful position, which tells me that it's plausible she like saw this coming and was basically at peace with the whole thing. That or she just got taken by surprise and she's just sitting there and then boom, boom, I got you. She could have been ambushed, right? If someone got the letters and then hid in the locker, Sakura was just waiting here in the chair for them to come. They were already there. They snuck out of the locker and boom, smash her over the head. Well, okay, here's the thing. We know for a fact she got hit in the head. We know that for certain. We don't know for certain that that was what killed her, right? She could have already been dead. And then someone hits her in the head to make it look less like poison. But even then, how do you square the locked room mystery aspect of it? Because you would still be here in this room planting the evidence of her having... That almost makes less sense, because then who moves the chair? Who moves the chair? Alright, anyways, at this point, whatever happens will have to happen at the class trial. No, not whatever happens. I have to make something happen. I have to make something happen. Monokuma made his announcement, and everyone began to meet up one after another. And then... the ultimate martial artist! A locked room murder mystery! What the... Oh, I've just recently discovered the power of emoticons! Like, no matter how awful something is, if you toss in a smiley face, it turns positive!
Yes, indeed.
For example, you're at a picnic and you find a dead body! This is just plain creepy.
Well,
And how about the reverse? No matter how great something is, if you put in a sad face, it makes it look super negative.
yes, indeed.
For example, do you have 100 friends? T_T? He's right. That does make it seem sad.
I can't wait.
Now then, please get on the elevator. Lowercase o underscore capital O. I'll see you all down there. Okay, what? Less than. Parentheses. Oh, what are those called again? Asterisk, dash, asterisk, less than a parentheses. Whatever the heck the up arrow is. Parentheses, asterisk, dash, asterisk, parentheses, up arrow, parentheses, greater than. Asterisk, dash, asterisk, parentheses, greater than. Okay, that's, sure. What the hell was that? I don't get it.
Just the worst.
I don't get you guys. How can you act so casual after murdering someone? One thing worth noting, so last murder, the person who did the murder was actually acting a bit different. And more in sort of like an accusatory manner and whatnot. Hina's always kind of hot-headed and accusatory though, so this isn't a change for her. Which could make it an even better ruse in theory, but I don't know. I don't see her being the murderer, at least not intentionally.
Don't look at me.
I don't think I'm acting casual.
Don't be mean.
I mean, I didn't murder anyone.
What the heck?
Yeah, I'm completely innocent. How dare you call me a murderer?
What the heck?
Whatever. By the way, the truth will be revealed soon enough. Because there can be no doubt one of us is the culprit. The killer. The one that murdered Sakura. She was stronger than anyone I know. Yet someone killed her. And that person is here? That person is one of us? Because I didn't do it! How many times do I have to tell you? The culprit is one of us. Make no mistake about that.
Don't look at me.
I said it before and I'll say it again, it wasn't me. How can you just stand there and say you didn't do it without even breaking a sweat?
Hey,
Standing around here isn't going to do any good. Let's get going. Yep, indeed. Come on, it's time to put an end to this. I made my way toward the elevator. But with each step I took, I felt like I was moving further and further away from my goal. I could feel a chilling fear running through me, trying to make me rot from the inside out. No matter how many times I go through this, it never gets any easier. We climbed into our steel prison in total silence. We watched the doors close and felt it begin its sinister descent. Yeah, just 6. The elevator lowered, uttering its all too familiar clunking sounds. It fell lower and lower, and as suddenly as always, the ride was over. The doors opened once again. Just the 6 of you, huh? Really? That's so few. You must be so lonely. You say that like it's not your fault. We're all that's left. I wonder, will the class trial end with one less classmate again? Or will your school life come to an end completely? Now then, are we ready to begin? You know the drill. Find your assigned seats. And so the curtain opened for the 4th time. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith. A deadly class trial. We sure will save, why not? Okay, I will be right back. Hang in there, chat. There we go. Sorry about that. All right, cool and composed. Steady is your aim a little, effective during the non-stop debate in the Hangman's Gambit. Okay. Let's look at the handbook. What's our evidence point to? Okay. The victim was Sakura Ogami. Time of death is estimated to be around 12 noon. The body was discovered in the rec room on the 3rd floor of the school. There is evidence of a strong blow to the victim's head. No other injuries were noted. However, it seems that at some point the victim suffered from violent vomiting and blood. Notice this falls short of saying the cause of death was a blow to the victim's head. Whereas I believe in previous Monokuma files, I believe have explicitly stated cause of death, which implies the blows to the head were not actually the cause of death. And they're being cagey with us here. Implication would mean poison is the more likely cause of death. And the blows to the head were used to set up a fake crime scene later. A chair had been jammed against the door within the rec room, blocking access from the outside. It is believed that the killer did this to create a locked room scenario. How do you do this? How does this get done? This is gonna be one of the sticking points of the whole case. How did the chair get moved? Because there really doesn't seem to be a way to do that from outside of the room. Like, unless it's something insane, like, oh, technically the chairs are magnetic, and you can use a really strong magnet from the opposite side of the wall to move the chair along the side, but I don't see something like that being the case. So the person who moved the chairs must have been within the room when the room was sealed. Sakura was the only one in the room. This is a piece of evidence that I think points towards Hina, potentially. Idea being this was an inside job that basically Sakura and Hina came up with a plan where Sakura would sacrifice herself for Hina to become the Black and escape. I don't know what else would... Basically, the idea here would be Sakura did this like after getting poisoned, but before actually dying. And then I guess she must have then used the bottles on herself, but she probably could have got enough, like, hitting herself in the back of the head with bottles. But that doesn't make sense, actually, because we know the bottles were tampered with after the fact. Because I believe the bottles were used in the rec room, then moved to the chem lab. There's no way Sakura could have used the bottles on herself, then also manipulated them into the chem lab before dying. That's definitely not the case. Especially if we're assuming she didn't die from the bottles. Hello, Lucky Gamer Cat. Oh, you watched the anime? Is it good? Might watch it at some point. I don't want to watch it while I'm playing the game, though, because it might have spoilers. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's a direct adaptation of a specific game or if it's just kind of its own story, but anyways. Definitely on my radar to check out at some point. Okay, so this is going to be one of the big sticking points. I don't currently have a theory that I think satisfactorily explains it. I mean, the big question is, because the bottles must have hit Sakura before the chair was moved. There's a question, is it plausible Sakura could have been alive long enough after getting hit with the bottles to move the chair? I doubt it. Okay. Sakura is found dead, seated in a chair, slumping forward. Traces of blood were found around her mouth, presumably from when she vomited blood. However, there's no injury indication as to why she would have vomited blood, so this is evidence of poison. Not really much else to say here. Found dead seated in a chair is an odd way to go, though. Certainly. It seems to me to imply, potentially, either she just legit didn't see it coming, or she really saw it coming. One of the two. A bloodstain was found in front of the shelf of magazines. The blood is presumed to be Sakura's. There's currently no explanation for how the bloodstain would have appeared so far away from where the victim was found. Easily, you start coughing up blood before you actually die from poison. At one point, I had been injured and taken to the nurse's office. After she was taken care of, she gave a piece of candy to Sakura, which had this type of wrapper. According to Oi, she had monopolized this candy as soon as it had become available, so obtaining a piece would have been difficult to impossible. Okay, I think this is going to be quite important. This alone doesn't prove anything, but I think the implication with another piece of evidence is pretty strong here. There are pieces of red glass scattered near the table in the rec room. After finding the top and bottom pieces, it was concluded that the shards must have come from a bottle. Yeah. Yes, the wrapper is the suspicious trash. A Monokuma figure was found laying on the rec room floor. It would fit roughly in the palm of your hand. I think one big unanswered question is, where is the queen Monokuma figure? We do not know about that. I think that's probably going to come out in trial, and that'll be interesting to see. There are a number of red bottles on a shelf in the rec room. Inside each bottle is a Monokuma figure. Additionally, there seems to be some kind of unknown correlation between the bottles. And the correlation must be the fact that they all have different chess pieces. An empty protein drink was found near the rec room door. The container had a label reading Chem A2. The shards of glass from the window that was broken to get into the room were found both around and underneath the container. Which means this was planted after the fact, after the crime scene was discovered. That says something, but it doesn't prove much because everyone came to the crime scene pretty quickly. So anyone could have had the opportunity to just drop that here amidst the scuffle and shuffle and bustle. A fresh handprint was found inside the rec room's open locker. Since the locker was opened before they opened the locker room, there's no way someone was hiding there before they arrived. I'm leaning towards this being planted evidence. I think someone poisoned her and then used the handprints in here to imply that they ambushed her via the locker. I don't think that's what actually happened, though. Because it would be very easy to fake this. You just put the handprints in there. It would be very interesting. I wonder if we have any way of knowing whose handprints they are. Just from, like, size and stuff. Obviously, we don't know that now, but maybe. Maybe it'll come out. Sakura had written notes to Toko, Byakuya, and Yasuhiro, asking them to meet her in the rec room by noon. She had slid these notes underneath each person's room door. We don't have the notes themselves, but we do have independent confirmation that the notes existed. However, it's not impossible that Hina might have written the notes herself. She is the only one... Well, no one can necessarily vouch specifically that Sakura gave them the notes, except for Hiro. Right, Hiro's story is that Sakura handed the note to him in person. But I don't trust Hiro. I think he's hiding something, so I don't put much faith in that particular testimony. Byakuya confirmed that he received Sakura's note, but also claimed that he never went to see her, and in fact had not seen her at all that day. Okay. I don't think this is too suspicious. We'll see. Toko confirmed that she received Sakura's note, but also claimed that she never went to see her. I believe her. Yeah, Portal Blind is going to continue. I just got to figure out when. Right now, I'm focused more so on the challenge front of things of finishing up Mario 64 while always jumping. But probably once I'm done with that, we'll get back to Portal. A small bit of garbage accidentally fell out of Yasuhiro's pockets. It was a piece of paper with red polka dots on it. Now, this is a piece of evidence that I think is going to be very important. Because Hina is the one who has all of the candy. How many stars did I end up getting? I got 6 last stream. So the issue, though, with it's only confirmed that one piece of candy left Hina's system, which is the piece of candy that we have the wrapper of from the scene of the crime, presumably. Right? It's not implausible for Hiro to... Basically, there's 2 ways Hiro could have gotten his hands on candy. The candy wrapper. Either Sakura gave it to him at some point, which would mean that he met her, though he does say that he did meet her. But if he did meet her, where does Sakura get the other piece of candy? That doesn't make any sense, because Hina's the only one that could have gotten the candy to her, in theory. And she wouldn't have planted a wrapper that could only incriminate herself at the scene. Unless it was a mistake, but I don't think she'd be that careless. Right? I don't think you accidentally leave that wrapper there. So, but that doesn't answer the question, how do we get the wrapper here? I think, and granted, this is a bit of a long shot, I believe in the course of the trial, it's going to come out that the footsteps belong to Hina's shoes. Probably. Like, either her or Toko are probably the ones with the right shoe size for these shoes. Well, it would probably make sense if it's a frame job for it to be Toko. I don't know. But there's two wrappers in circulation that had to have happened from somehow. So either Hina put another one in circulation, or someone like stole from her stash at some point. Yellow powder was found on the instep of Sakura's foot. That implies she might have been present at the rec room, but it seems... Oh, that's gonna be interesting, Alex. This could be a plant. I don't think it proves much on its own. Heck, someone could have taken off her shoe and brought it there, specifically to plant the evidence. Sakura suffered 2 blows to the head, not 1. No blood was found on either of her hands. All of the Monokuma bottles appear to be roughly the same weight. However, when the bottle's shards were weighed against an intact bottle, the shards are found to be heavier. So this implies that there's 2 bottles, boom, boom, then the shards get moved. This is why I think the chem lab scene is a complete fabrication. Yeah, there's a Discord. The link is somewhere in the Twitch, like, bio or description or something. Question is, who did that, why, and how? On the magazine shelf, one of the magazines had been put back upside down. Inside the magazine, Toko's name had been written in blood. It is assumed that whoever wrote it used their finger to do so. Yeah, so this is just a red herring for sure. On the shelf in the chem lab, section A contains supplements, section B contains reagents, and section C contains harmful chemicals. A bottle of poison labeled as section C has been placed in section A of the shelf. I'm assuming that's to make it look missing, so it looks like it was this poison that was broken on the there? Is it empty? It might be empty too. Hard to tell, but I think it is. That's labeled. That's actually, I forgot how intact that was. If that is legitimately a poison bottle, what reason would you have to cover up the fact that 2 bottles were used in the murder? Huh. That's weird. Footprints in the powder. Someone had left footprints in the powder spilled in the chem lab. These footprints appeared only near the leftmost section of the shelf. From this, it can be assumed that the suspect only had business in this area. I don't know, this is tough. I think it's... My top suspect right now is Hiro. If it's not him, I think Hina has some suspicion around her too. Okay. Here we go. All rise for the Honorable Judge Monokuma.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results.
Same yellow powder on Sakura's foot? Yes.
If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Now then, where to begin?
We already know who did it.
Whoa, deja vu.
Yeah.
The one who killed Sakura is one of the people that hated her. Byakuya, Toko, or Hiro. It was one of you.
Idiot.
I had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I'd never kill someone. No way.
I don't want to hear your stupid excuses.
And she's coming out hard and fast. Hina seems really sure that one of those 3 is the killer. But she must have some reason for believing that. Okay. So we got the accounts here.
It was one of you. One
Okay.
of you killed Sakura.
And what reason do you have for saying so?
Because you all had a motive. You hated her.
Is that it? That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason you have for accusing us?
That's low. That's about as low as you can get.
There's gotta be some reason why Hina feels so strongly.
It was one of you.
So,
One of you killed Sakura.
And what reason do you have for saying so?
Because you all had a motive.
what was her account
You
again?
hated her.
Is that it? That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason you have for accusing us?
That's low. That's about as low as you can get.
I assume it's gotta be Oi's account. Has gotta be contradicting Hiro here? Right, because her account must be the reason she
One of you killed Sakura.
she is
what
accusing.
reason do you
What was her
have for
account
saying
again?
so?
You can open the truth bullets to see what it's
you all
about.
had a
Oh, you can. Wow. Right, what was Oi's account? Sakura had written notes to Toko, Byakuya. Okay, yeah. So, alright. That's her real reason. Okay, there we go. So,
You hated her.
we'll use this against Hiro.
That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason you have for accusing us?
Alright, you gotta be more specific, Hina.
Another reason you suspect them is because Sakura wanted to meet with them, right?
Yeah, and that was right before she died.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no doubt about it. One of those 3 killed her.
I can't disagree with Hina. There's good reason to suspect all 3 of them. Then does that mean one of them did it? Footprints of the powder, status of Sakura's body, and the pocket trash.
The fact that Sakura wanted to sneak with all three of them? There's no way that's not suspicious. One of you is absolutely guilty.
I don't deny that she wanted to meet with us, but I never went to see her.
Okay.
I didn't either.
Yeah, same here. I never saw
Oh,
her.
hold on, sir. Your pocket trash says otherwise.
No, it's wrong.
How could you have obtained that without meeting Sakura?
Hiro, when we were talking before, you dropped a small piece of paper, remember? It was white with red polka dots.
What's that got to do with anything?
Red polka dots? That's gotta be the wrapper from the candy I gave Sakura.
No, it's,
Ever since we got into the warehouse, I totally monopolized that entire box of candy. So there's no way a single one of them was left in the warehouse.
In that case, Hiro, where did you get that piece of candy?
Mm-hmm.
From Sakura! It's the only explanation.
Well, I mean, there could be other explanations.
well, I mean, yeah, sure I got it from her, but she gave it to me forever ago. It doesn't have anything to do with what happened to her.
No, she only got that today at the nurse's
When?
office.
When did she give it to you?
The last time you saw Sakura was when Hina had to go to the nurse's office, right?
Yeah, so I must have got it sometime before then.
But what Hiro said can't be right. Because Sakura could only have gotten the candy after the incident in the nurse's office. The reason out of that is because Hiro got the candy from Hina, and Sakura, because of when Sakura got that candy.
I got it! I'm not sure about that, Hiro. Hina didn't actually give Sakura the candy till after she left the nurse's office. So if that was the last time you saw her, there's no reason you should have had that candy.
Indeed.
Damn it. I mean, what I meant was...
What are you hiding? I don't...
Oh, that's right. I did meet up with her in the rec room. You got a problem with that?
Okay, come on. How? What? You can't just change your story like that and expect us all to just go along with it.
Why the sudden hostility?
But we just talked. That's all. I didn't do anything. You gotta believe me.
You're acting incredibly suspicious.
You're acting incredibly suspicious.
More hostility.
It's not just normal hostility. You're the real culprit. I even have proof.
I mean, he's so suspicious, but I feel like it's too early for us to be getting on the real killer.
Proof? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about her shining message.
Shining? What would a shining message even be?
At the scene of the crime, she had written out Toko in her own blood, right?
How do you know that? You weren't allowed to investigate the scene of the crime.
It was her dying message. Just like what you guys were talking about with Sayaka.
That's true. I saw it for myself.
See? See? Toko did it!
What are you saying? No way! I didn't do it!
Yeah, he shouldn't know about this. I believe only myself and Kyoko know about this officially.
You just don't know when you're beat.
He wasn't allowed to investigate the scene.
Hiro, hold on. When did you see that dying message of hers?
Huh? Well, when we found Ogre's body. Duh.
But if you recall, Hina was very adamant about keeping you away from the scene of the crime. So it's hard to believe that's when you actually saw the message for yourself.
Huh? Hold on. When Kyoko found the magazine with the dying message in it, it was on the magazine shelf.
I got it! Kyoko, you found the magazine on the magazine shelf, right?
Yeah, it was closed at the time. There was no way he would have seen it unless he was actually investigating, which he didn't do. Therefore, he's involved here somehow.
That's right. Looking through the shelf, I found the magazine with the dying message on it.
You missed out on something? Wait, can only talk like Monokuma through the whole trial? No. I draw a line. Okay, like can I refund you that? Like, that's ridiculous. Here, let me look at the requests queue. Okay. Okay, so yeah, my God. Okay, here, I'm gonna reject that. I hope that will refund your points. But I mean that's ridiculous. I reserve the right to refuse them if they're absurd. Okay.
I found it right there at the scene of the crime, after we'd started the investigation.
If that's true, then what Hiro just said doesn't really make sense, does it?
And since it was a locked room mystery, and the only way to have seen that would have been to actually open up the magazine, either he heard it from someone else, or he was in the room with Sakura's dead body and didn't tell anyone. I mean, this is like case closed at this point, right?
Doesn't make sense? What doesn't make sense? Everything I said makes perfect sense.
No, there's an obvious problem with what Hiro said before. Hina's looking happy.
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
That's not possible.
And I can tell you when I found the dying message. It was only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out, I saw her final words.
What's your problem? What I said makes total sense.
Okay, let me look at the details on this message here. Alright, so what does this say? Magazine on the shelf. When magazine had been put back upside down, inside this magazine, Toko's name had been written in blood. It is assumed that whoever wrote it used their finger to do so. I mean, the fact that it was inside the shelf. There's definitely something wrong with what Hiro said, yes.
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
That's not possible. It was on the shelf. Okay. Well, what's wrong? Did I say something weird? Okay, I might need to use Kyoko's words against him. That might be what I need to do
I
here.
can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
And I can tell you when I found the dying message. It was only after the investigation had begun.
Alright, let's take that.
I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out, I saw her final words.
What's your problem?
Alright, so I think we used this. It wasn't discovered until after the investigation had begun. You weren't part of the investigation. I think this is what we gotta do here.
Exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
Oh, no! Ah, dang it!
And I can tell you when I found the dying
Okay, we'll get it, we'll get it.
It was only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out, I saw her final words.
What's your problem? What I said makes total sense.
Okay, here we go.
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
Really? Okay, what else do I have? Like, I know what I'm trying to logically say here, but I need to know what status of the body. That doesn't help me. Pocket trash is completely
I can tell
irrelevant.
you when I found the dying message. It was only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked away on
Tucked away on the shelf. It's got to be this, right? If it was tucked away on the shelf, there's no way you just found it when we looked at the thing.
What I said makes total sense. I can tell you exactly when I found the...
Because what we're getting at here is that he was banned from the investigation. There we go.
No, that's wrong.
Sometimes they can be very specific in what they want you to
Sakura's body
present.
was found, that magazine was sitting on the shelf nearby. That's where Kyoko found it, after we'd begun the investigation. And you weren't at the murder scene, so there's
Oh, yeah,
no
that's a
way
nice
you
touch.
could have seen it then. Tell us the truth, Hiro. When did you see the message?
Hold on! You're focusing on the wrong part! Why does it matter when I saw it?
What do you mean?
All you gotta do is read the Vienna sausage Ogre left us, and we know who the killer is! Toko!
I don't even know where to begin with that one.
He's just trying to confuse us.
Actually, can we even be sure Sakura wrote that message in the first place?
Yeah? I think we can all agree Ogre wrote that message.
No.
100%, without a doubt, she wrote it. And this is me talking, so you know it's true.
What are your opinions? I don't know. I mean, he's hiding something. Is he hiding it? That or he's really dumb. I don't know. I'm not sure I'm willing to say he's hiding the fact that he's a killer, but I don't know what else would possibly make sense. Without a doubt, no, I absolutely do doubt it. There's no way Sakura wrote that message. This would be the state of the body. A moment of truth. Oh, rhythm time, okay.
Show me the proof. I'm at least 30% right.
Oh, what was the reload button, guys? Is it space? Okay.
I'm at least 30% right. The occult is bullcrap.
Hey, could someone remind me what the, like, super move button
The
is?
end is nigh. Show me the proof. I'm at least 30% right. The occult is bullcrap. Give it a rest. I'm at least 30% right.
Final strike? Okay.
Show me the
Kyoko's
proof.
examination summary, man.
This should prove it.
Same button is slowing down.
I'm completely unconvinced that Sakura wrote that dying message. Because if you look at it, the message was almost certainly written using a finger. But both of her hands were completely free of blood.
What?
Then, who did write it?
Hiro could very well have written it himself. That would explain how he knew about the message in the first place.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Okay. Huh? Why?
Ah! He admits it!
Oh.
I figured as much.
But why would you write something like that?
Because I killed her!
Huh? You're admitting to killing her? Oh. Wait, hold on. He attacked her with the bottles, but by the time he did that, she was already dead from poison. That's gotta be what the twist here is.
Please, just let me explain what happened. I got Ogre's note, and so I headed to the rec room right before noon, just like it said.
You just did exactly as the note asked? What a fool.
And when I got there...
Okay, nope, she was alive. Okay, case closed, guys. Easy as that. Sorry, but do you mind waiting? I asked a couple of other people to meet as well. Okay. Would you like a piece of candy? It might help give you some energy. Sure, thanks.
And that's all she said. After that, we just stood around in awkward silence. Suddenly, I heard her mutter something.
This is it. I'm going to end it today. I'm going to end everything.
As soon as I heard that, I just knew. I knew she was gonna try and kill me.
Hero! You moron!
She was gonna kill me and make her escape. So of course I freaked out, and then I saw my only chance. I grabbed the Monokuma bottle from the shelf and smashed it across her head. I hit her from behind before she had any idea what was happening.
Okay, the only... Did it... Is he falling on the sword for someone else? I don't know.
Then she just went limp. I didn't see her move again after that. Once it was over, I pulled myself together. I realized if I didn't do something, I'd be caught and executed.
How long does poison take to react? I mean, that would depend a lot on the type of poison.
So I wrote Toko's name in blood across a magazine on the table and I ran away.
I can't believe you! You're the worst! I hope you die!
It can't be this simple.
Well, that's what happened. Go ahead. Roast me, boil me, do whatever you want.
You're not gonna get off that easy. It's death. Death for the one that killed Sakura. We're ready to vote now, right? We know who did it.
No, I think there's more to Hiro's story.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? What else could there be?
There's one thing that Hiro's story just now doesn't explain.
Is it the rapper? Is it what's going on in the chem lab?
And until we figure that part out, we can't consider the case closed.
So what is it that Hiro did that doesn't make sense? I mean, it does... Why he didn't use Sakura's finger? That's actually interesting. Why the magazine was hidden? Yeah, if he killed her, there's no reason not to use her finger, right? Why didn't Hiro put blood on Sakura's finger to make it look like she'd written it? I just panicked, didn't even think about that. Oh, okay, he's a moron, I guess. You wouldn't have thought of that even if you didn't panic. Anyway, that's not the point I was trying to make.
Shoot!
Looks like I just embarrassed myself in front of everyone. Well, it's not my fault he's a moron. Alright, what Kyoko's trying to say is, he did something with the message that doesn't make sense if he was trying to blame Toko. Why was it hidden? I guess?
I got it! That's true. Everything you just said. It doesn't explain why the magazine was hidden, does it? By the time the body was discovered, the magazine had been picked up and put on the shelf. Why would you take the time to write that message, then stick it somewhere we might not find it?
And I guess that's fair.
Oh, well, I didn't hide it. I'm sure I just left it sitting there on the table.
What?
Really?
He's lying! He's gotta be lying!
I don't see any reason he would lie now, after already confessing to the crime.
Then he's not lying?
Assuming he's telling the truth, someone else must have put the magazine back on the shelf.
That actually makes a lot of sense, because then you get him to implicate himself.
In other words, at least one other person was in the rec room both before and after the incident.
In the locker. Oh no, is it Hina?
I don't think there's any question about that.
But then, who was it?
If they went to the trouble of hiding the magazine, they must not have liked what was written on it.
Is it Toko? What? Is it? No, it's not actually. What? Someone who wouldn't like what had been written. I mean, there's only one choice, right? It's. Huh? Was Toko in the locker?
I got it! It had to be Toko, right?
Huh?
Who else would want to hide the magazine other than the person whose name was written on it?
Is he right, Toko? Did you really go to the rec room?
Why would I have... Wait, but more important, that doesn't even matter. We already know who did it, right?
Toko already poisoned Sakura at the time? But that doesn't make sense. Does it? Maybe she just slipped some... She knows Sakura drinks the protein shakes and just slipped some poison to the shakes, therefore realizing that eventually she would kill Sakura via such means? But if she poisoned him and he bludgeoned her, or if she poisoned her and he bludgeoned her, how can we know what the real cause of death was?
Hiro just admitted it.
That's right. I killed her.
No, you didn't.
Who asked you?
Unless Toko came and finished her off. There were 2 hits? Huh.
I don't doubt Hiro attacked Sakura with the bottle. But that's not where this case ends.
What do you mean?
What he means is that Hiro isn't the killer.
You can't be serious. That's just... I don't believe it.
Hiro, tell us what happened one more time. If we go through it once more, it should become clear he's not Sakura's killer.
So, what do you want me to do?
Just tell us what happened one more time when you attacked Sakura.
I don't really see why, but okay.
Haven't reached the end of this case just yet. Hiro isn't the real killer. And I have to prove that. Okay. Whew. Gotta be...
I didn't want to, but I did it. I grabbed a Monokuma bottle from the shelf nearby, and I hit Ogre from behind before she could do anything.
You hit her from behind. And you only hit her once. Is that right?
Yeah, just once.
No, she was hit twice. Is that not where we have that evidence?
Shoot!
I thought the state of the body had that evidence. Oh, it's Kyoko's examination, of course. There we go. Whoops.
And I hit Ogre from behind before she could do anything.
You hit her from behind. And you only hit her once. Is that right?
Yeah, just once.
No, that's wrong.
Okay. So
If
then,
Sakura died from Hiro's single blow, that doesn't explain why she had 2 head wounds.
2?
That's right. She had 2 separate wounds on her head.
And remember, this girl examines dead bodies as a hobby. Personally, I'm inclined to believe her.
But I only hit her once. How could she have 2 wounds?
2 wounds means she was struck twice. What's more, both attacks must have come from a Monokuma bottle.
Hold on. How can you know that just from some cuts on her head? She was attacked twice with 2 Monokuma bottles?
It's not just because of her head wounds. It's also because of the Monokuma bottles themselves.
yes. We're missing
There's
the queen.
something very suspicious about those bottles. Once you understand that point, you'll understand why 2 separate Monokuma bottles must have been used. Think back. After the incident, there were 4 Monokuma bottles left on the shelf, right?
Yeah.
And we found pieces of a bottle on the ground, along with the chess piece it had inside.
That was the bottle Hiro hit Sakura with, right?
For now, Just note that there were 4 intact bottles and 1 broken bottle.
Yes, but there are 6 pieces in the chest,
But
so 6
originally,
distinct ones.
there were 6 bottles in total, meaning 1 has gone missing.
But how can you know for sure there were 6 bottles?
That's easy. If you look at what the bottles all had in common, it should become clear.
Chest pieces. The correlation between the Monokuma bottles feel like it's starting to become clear. The connection must be Hangman's Gambit. Okay, we got this. Easy. Okay, it's gotta be chess pieces. So C-H-E. Now is pieces, it's E-I, right? Okay, it's I-E. Whoops. There we go. Chess piece. You know Toko's secret identity? Yes. Good thing too, because like, that's a very leading question if I didn't.
Inside each bottle, there was a Monokuma figure holding a different chess piece.
King, rook, bishop, pawn. I definitely remember seeing each of those.
And the piece that was inside the broken bottle we found was the knight, if I remember.
So, what's that matter?
Well, there's a queen somewhere.
I guess you don't know too much about chess, do you? Then let me explain. In chess, there are 6 different pieces. The king, the queen, the rook, knight, bishop, and pawn. What was left intact at the crime scene were the king, rook, bishop, and pawn. Just those 4. And on the ground was the knight.
Oh, so the queen is missing.
Yes.
So we only have evidence for 5 bottles at the scene, while 1 apparently went missing.
What does chess have to do with anything?
Yeah, shogi is way better.
Debatable.
Yeah. Wait, no, what does that even mean?
So, let's say a bottle did go missing. There's still no evidence that has anything to do with this case. That bottle could have disappeared any time before the murder.
No. It's clear that the missing bottle is connected to this case.
Uh-huh.
How is it clear?
Think about what state the missing bottle must have been in. Maybe then you'll understand.
Wait, from the bottle that was missing, it was exciting. No, it was broken.
I got it! The bottle must have been broken.
What makes you so sure?
Because there was evidence at the scene that supports it.
Huh?
That's right. We found evidence that shows there was more than just 1 broken bottle at the scene.
And what is this evidence?
It wasn't just a single broken bottle. The evidence that proves that is when we weighed them. The experiments.
I got it! Earlier, Kyoko and I did a little experiment. We compared the weight of the broken bottle pieces at the scene to one of the unbroken bottles. And what we found was that the collection of pieces was heavier. And the reason for that is there was actually more than 1 bottle's worth of shattered glass.
So from this, we can surmise that 2 bottles were actually broken at the scene of the crime.
Yes.
But someone did their best to clean up the pieces of one of the bottles, along with the figure inside. But when they did, they must have left behind a few too many pieces. Which is only natural. They certainly had no way to measure the exact right number of pieces to remove.
But why would they have to try and get rid of it like that anyway?
Because otherwise, Hiro's testimony and confession wouldn't have made sense.
Because of what it would reveal about the case.
There's no doubt that the second missing Monokuma bottle is involved in this case. Must have been used by some bowling official. No, Sakura's second attacker or Sakura's first attacker? It's gotta be the second attacker. There's no reason Hero to lie about only using one bottle when he's already confessing to murder. And that'd be a pretty 5D chess move, but I don't think he's smart enough to come up with that.
I got it! The bottle that was removed from the scene was used the second time Sakura was attacked.
The second wound on Sakura's head came from that second bottle.
Hold on, are we going to... Where does the poison come in? Please don't tell me we're going to... Oh, and even that wasn't actually the killing blow.
Given all the evidence, this is the only possible conclusion.
The killer wanted to make it look like there was only one attack, so they had to get rid of their evidence.
From there, we can conclude that it wasn't Hero who delivered that second blow.
Had to be Justice Hammer 7. You know it.
Wouldn't you agree, Toko? And there's the matter of the magazine. You must have been in the rec room when the incident took place.
Wait! I admit, maybe there was a second attack, but there's no evidence I had anything to do with it.
Is this true?
No way! You killed her! I'm sure of it!
Shut up! Until 2 seconds ago, you were claiming you killed her!
I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong. That's just the kind of guy I am. Plus, I just remembered something that proves it.
Okay, fine. Let's hear it.
It was right after I got Ogre's note. I was kind of nervous about it, so I went to the rec room early. You know, to stake it out or whatever.
Okay.
So I was waiting there, and that's when I saw her. I saw Toko go into the rec room.
Okay. You did?
Pretty soon, Ogre showed up, and she went into the rec room. I assumed Toko was still in there, so I figured everything would be okay. That's why I headed in. But when I got inside, Ogre was all alone. Toko had disappeared.
You hadn't considered mentioning this fact to anyone?
And you just now decided to share that with us?
After the shock of thinking I'd killed someone, I forgot all about it.
Could someone tighten the screws on his brain? I think they've come loose.
So, Toko, where the heck did you disappear to?
You don't know what you're talking about. I never went in the rec room.
I'm sure she didn't disappear, but maybe she found somewhere to hide.
Hiding in the rec room? Don't be ridiculous.
I mean, this is pretty easy. Dot to connect.
Why are you all ganging up on me? You're all nothing but vermin.
No, it's not ridiculous at all. There's definitely proof that shows Toko was hiding in the rec room. Okay, a new element has been added to the bullet time battles. Yeah, let's learn about this. So far, you've probably been pressing the left mouse button during your final strike without a second thought. Yeah. But from now on, you're going to have to pay a little extra attention to your finishing blow. Now you have to choose the proper truth bullet to use during your coup de grace. You'll select it for the same way as during the non-stop debate. Gotcha. Also, like the debate, if your logic difficulty is set to kind, you'll have fewer bullets to choose from. But for educational purposes, we're going to pretend you're set to mean regardless. Just this once, okay? Oh, by the way, you're about to halfway through the game now. Go you! Oh, thanks. Well then, good luck and have fun. Am I going to have to do... I'm terrible at this. Okay. Hold on. Yep. So, hold on. Influence gauge. During battle, you will take damage. Tempo. Tempo up. Tempo down. Lock on is right. Attack is left. Reload is tab. Gotcha. Fever time is space. Okay.
I admit nothing. I hate you. I curse you. No! That's enough! I admit nothing. I curse you. I curse you. It's a lie! That's enough! It's a lie!
strike. I didn't even look at what that was. It's the locker handprints.
This should prove it. Did you know someone left a handprint behind on the inside of the locker? They must have been hiding in there and put their hand on the wall without thinking.
Okay.
Does this handprint look familiar, Toko?
No, it doesn't.
Okay then, let's just compare it to your hand, shall we? That'll clear everything up.
Certainly
right?
it shall.
Stop wasting my time. Just tell us the truth.
Okay, it's my handprint.
All right.
Dang, she just straight up admitted it.
Then you killed Sakura!
No, I swear, there's no way!
Really? We're doing this again?
With it.
I probably did kill her.
Straight up again.
Wait, what do you mean probably?
Give us the details, Toko. What happened between you and Sakura?
Talk. Now.
But we still don't have the poison involved. We still don't have the chem lab involved. She's not the. Oh, it is gonna be Hina, isn't it? Dang.
After I read Sakura's note, I decided to go there early, so I went into the rec room. I didn't know what she might do if I didn't go, but I was too scared to face her head on. So I figured I'd just sneak in first and hide in the locker.
Unless Byakuya did actually go. And that seems to be the trend here. Everyone was lying about actually going.
And then, did you see what happened? Did you see me hit her?
Yes, and I saw you write my name. I saw you forge her dying message.
Well, that's awkward.
So after he left, I jumped out of the locker and put the magazine back on the shelf.
Why not just actually just remove it from the scene entirely and discard it?
But when you did, you put it back upside down.
I didn't mean to. I was in a hurry.
Imbeciles, all of you.
Forget all that. Why did you attack Sakura?
After I put the magazine back, I heard a sound behind me like a monster growling.
Oh.
And when I turned around, there was Sakura, covered in blood and staring right at me. When I saw that blood, I fainted right there in front of the magazine.
Oh, that's why it's probably. Then out comes Jill.
I don't remember what happened after that. If you want to know more, you'll have to ask her.
Her? You mean?
Guess it's back!
It was your fault after all.
My fault, Master's fault. When our faults combine, they soar to even greater heights!
Huh? Interesting.
Just answer the question. Did you kill Sakura?
Well, to be honest, Miss Morose and me don't actually share our memories.
Alright.
So I can't really say what was going on. But I was just minding my own business, sleeping peacefully when someone shook me awake. Was it a prince paying me a visit? I wondered. So I opened my eyes to see... Splatter everywhere! I was not prepared for that. And, well, I guess it took me by surprise. I got so startled, I smacked her with the first thing I could find, which I guess was a bottle. Sakura was just worried about you, and you're terrible! No, she's terrible! Thanks to her, I murdered someone who wasn't an adorable boy for the first time ever!
Oh, someone's got her priorities straight.
And when it was all over, you collected the pieces of the bottle to get rid of the evidence, didn't you?
I wasn't about to die for some woman! If I'm gonna go down, I want it to be for killing Master!
Did Sakura survive this blow too? She must have.
Just go away and die your meaningless death alone. Don't drag me into it.
But I just can't catch a break, you know? Fate's got it out for me. Because normally, Sakura should have been able to dodge my attack no problem.
Even as strong as she is, she must have still been reeling from Hiro's attack.
Hey, come on. That's, you know. But anyway, I'm not the one that killed Ogre. So that's good.
So that's good? Keep talking like that and Hina's gonna...
Well then, that's that. Let's start the vote.
Huh? I thought for sure you'd have some words for Hiro on that one.
What's wrong? Come on, everyone, we're ready to vote, right? Let's do this.
Oh, Hina.
No, not quite yet.
Huh? Not yet? Why not yet?
Don't you think there was something odd about Toko's story? I mean, you had to have noticed.
Odd? Huh?
Hiro's attack, and then Toko's, but that still wasn't the end of it.
Yeah, the vomiting blood. It wasn't?
Tell us your story one more time. Tell us what happened after you fainted. Then even this gaggle of idiots should understand what I'm talking about.
Your wish is my command, darling.
It's not over yet, is it? The one who killed Sakura is...
I was just sleeping peacefully. And all of a sudden, Sakura was right there in front of me. I remember waking up right in front of the magazine shelf.
You were taken by surprise when you saw Ogre covered in blood. So you smashed her head in with the Monokuma bottle?
Wait, she wasn't.
I
Hold on.
smashed her good.
And where did the attack take place?
Right where I woke up.
Her body wasn't covered in blood when we found it,
I
right?
killed her there in front of the shelf.
The main problem here is the second attack from Toka really was a killing blow.
I was just sleeping peacefully.
Hold on, let me take a look at this. What are the specific details? Sakura was found dead, seated in a chair, slumping forward. Traces of blood were found around her mouth, presumably from when she vomited blood. However, there was no injury or indication as to why she would have vomited blood.
And all of a sudden, Sakura
Okay,
was right
so
there in front of me. I remember
it's clear
waking
the
up right
status
in
of
front
Sakura's
the
body.
magazine shelf.
You were taken by surprise when you saw Ogre covered in blood.
It's either that she was covered in blood or the site of where she died. It's gotta be the site of where she died, right?
Good.
And where did the attack take place?
Right where I woke up. I killed her there in front of the shelf.
Okay, she was in the chair.
No, that's wrong. We found Sakura sitting upright in a chair. If the blow by the shelf was the cause of death, there's no explanation why she was in that chair.
Yeah.
So, you finally noticed.
That's just another lie from a bloodthirsty serial killer.
Are you sure you didn't attack her while she was sitting in the chair?
No, I'm sure she's telling the truth. Anyone who saw the murder scene should think the same way.
Yes. That has to be it. The evidence that proves there was an attack in front of the magazine shelf. This. We had assumed it was a vomit, but it wasn't. So wait, if this isn't vomiting blood, then when did she vomit the blood? Huh.
I got it! Sakura was definitely attacked in front of the shelf.
Unless it was placed there?
The blood stain by the magazines is proof of that.
Then she must have moved the body after she killed her, right? All to make it look like I did it. Because when I hit her, she was sitting in the chair.
Hey, come on now, look at me. I can't carry anything heavier than my own scissors. There's no way I could move a muscle-bound heavyweight like that.
Then what's the deal?
Well, are you still convinced the case has come to an end?
But
Oh no.
Plus, the biggest mystery of all, the locked room, still has yet to be explained.
It was a crime of opportunity, I guess?
Until we take care of that, we can't say this case has been properly settled.
Oh, that part's easy. After she killed Sakura, Toko just hid in the locker again.
No, that couldn't have been it.
Oh, so she just hid in there till everyone showed up and opened the door? And while everything was all confused and hectic, she just snuck out of the locker into the group.
No, I don't think that's possible.
The reason there's no way Toko was hiding in the locker is because I was in the locker. No. I saw it for myself.
I got it!
It was open.
Before we opened the door to the rec room, Hina and I both got a look inside. And at that point, the locker was already open. So obviously Toko couldn't have been hiding in there.
Okay then, where was she hiding?
Okay, so basically there's two ways this could have gone down at this point. The more likely way is probably after Sakura got attacked so much, she just said, well, you know what? We have two people who already probably think they killed me. Hina, go ahead and give me some poison, and then you will certainly get out of this free. The other possibility, and this one's probably less likely, but is there a world in which, because we know Sakura's shoe had the powder on it, so that implies Sakura herself went to the realm, the chem lab. Is there a world, because Sakura's a pretty cool person, is there a world in which she gets attacked by these two people and thinks to herself, oh no, trial's gonna I'm bleeding out here, I'm probably not gonna survive long, trial's gonna happen, someone's gonna end up getting, dead for murder. Is there a world in which Sakura just says, you know what? There's poison in the chem lab. If I poison myself before I succumb to these wounds, then it's technically a suicide and no one is the Blackhead and no one has to get voted out. Interesting.
I don't know. What's this whole locked room thing about anyway?
I'm not really looking for hints, Lucky Gamer Cat, just to be clear.
How did you not know? You killed her!
I think the fact that I don't know proves I didn't kill her. Thank you very much. You're lying.
No, she's not. I've been saying all along, there's still more to this case.
Hey, but can't you vote on any dead? Because if you can't vote on the dead... No, you definitely can select dead people. That's definitely a thing.
But if Genocide Jill didn't do it, that means Ogre didn't die from the shot to the head.
And
Well, I can't imagine what else could have killed her.
that's because you're overlooking vital information.
Because... And Hina does seem like the most likely, especially given her behavior here. But I could see her just being really... It's not implausible she's eager to just kind of get the killer convicted as soon as she's figured out who it is, right? Or in her mind has figured out who it is. That's not impossible. There is, though, the issue of the second rapper. How does that play into this? That doesn't... That's not explained. Could we really be missing something so important? There's another possible explanation. Maybe it's... Alright, the explanation, the dying message, the file, always account, and the yellow powder.
It wasn't from Genocide Jill's
By the
attack.
powder.
Then what was it?
There's no other possible cause. What killed Sakura? I can't think of anything other than the shot to her head.
What about the yellow powder? Okay, I guess it's not the yellow powder. Don't clam up now. Okay, let's think about this a bit more. And what are all of our things?
If it wasn't from Genocide Jill's attack,
It could be the file, right?
what was it?
Pointing out the
There's
vomiting
no
of
other
blood?
possible cause.
Yeah, that's probably what
Sakura.
it is.
I can't think of
anything other than the shot to her head.
There we go. Okay.
No, that's wrong.
Hina does kind of jump the gun, but I don't know.
According to the Monokuma file, Sakura had vomited blood. I
Yes.
think we can assume there's a chance this was related to her cause of death.
Here's another hole in the. If we think Hina killed her, why wouldn't we use another bottle? Right? Dying. I guess it depends on if they knew what the effects of the poison would be.
In fact, there was even a trace of blood left around her mouth.
Well, I mean, maybe when she got hit with the bottles, she cut the inside of her mouth.
And it's tough to imagine Hina going from, I'm gonna like be super mad and depressed at everyone for not believing in Sakura, to I'm gonna kill Sakura myself, even if the circumstances were strange.
If that's all it was, the file wouldn't have specified vomited blood. Not to mention, I didn't find any cuts inside her mouth.
You even checked in there? God, you really are into dead bodies!
No, I'm not into dead bodies. What I'm into is solving mysteries.
But if there wasn't a cut or anything, then what made her vomit blood?
Poison.
Some sort of reaction within her body. Most likely, Sakura was poisoned.
Yep.
Poisoned?
That's right. This is the conclusion I've arrived at, and so there can be no mistake.
You're making me go all weak in the knees! She was poisoned? It isn't possible!
Is it really so hard to believe? Then let me explain exactly how the culprit was able to poison her.
Is he going to bring up the protein shake? Because if he brings up the protein shake, we know that can't be the cause. Because that was placed after the scene of the crime had started.
You can explain it?
Of course, if you don't mind.
Everyone quiet! Shut up and listen to Master!
But you're the only one talking.
The key to unlocking this mystery was hiding in the chem lab up on the 4th floor.
Not in the rec room? Then I could have found it all along.
Yeah, probably not.
You never would have, since you gave up on the search the moment you were barred from the crime scene.
Well, yeah, good point.
There are 2 to 3 suspects now? I suppose.
There's a big shelving unit in the chem lab that houses a variety of mixtures and chemicals. And that's where I found this.
Chemical C9.
Is that the poison?
It's not an especially powerful poison, but it'll still kill you if you drink an entire bottle. But the specific properties don't matter. What does matter is where I found it.
Drinking an entire bottle. That doesn't happen by mistake. That means it was an inside joke, probably. The only question is, was it Sakura unilaterally, or was it Sakura with Hina?
Where'd you find it?
The shelf is divided up into 3 sections, A, B, and C. In Section A, dietary supplements. In B, reagents. And in C, a variety of lethal chemicals.
And that's where the poison came from? Section C?
Well, that's the question, isn't it?
The bottle of poison Byakuya just showed us. I'm sure I know where he got it. He got it from Section A.
I got it! The poison was actually in Section A, wasn't it?
Could she have just drunk the poison by mistake? I mean, that doesn't seem likely, but...
You just said that Section A was for supplements or whatever.
Strange, isn't it? Why would there be a bottle of poison mixed in with all those nutritional additives?
Yeah, so? Why?
Because the culprit switched it out. That's why.
Uh-huh.
What do you mean?
I mean, this.
Now, here's an interesting question. I'm not convinced this is how it went down, but if the way this went down is someone just puts the poison in the supplements area knowing, hey, Sakura and Hina tend to use this stuff, eventually they're going to get around, eventually they're probably going to accidentally use the poison and die, who's at fault? Right? Like, am I the murderer in that case if I did that? Or is it just a mistake? Heck, what if I didn't do it intentionally? What if I just placed it in the wrong shelving unit by mistake? What if Hero? What if it comes back to Hero? He was so dumb, he put the poison in the wrong shelf by mistake and killed Sakura that way. Comes full circle. Imagine. I couldn't believe my eyes. Byakuya put the bottle of poison to his lips and... We were so shocked at what we were seeing, all we could do was stand there and watch. But as if it were the most natural thing in the world, Byakuya was as calm as ever. Is it mislabeled?
Ugh, that tastes awful.
Oh no! Master's in real trouble! You have to drink some water! You can't just swallow powder! It'll stick to your throat!
Idiot! He just swallowed poison! We need to make him spit it out!
The flavor certainly makes me want to spit it out. What's so high quality about this stuff?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the protein, of course.
Uh-huh.
Protein?
Can I see that bottle for a second?
Sure.
So
Do
the
whatever you
protein
like.
was placed in a poison bottle. Does that mean poison was placed in a protein bottle? Yeah. Okay. Kyoko took the bottle from Byakuya and scraped out a bit of the contents with one finger. She touched her finger to her tongue.
It's protein powder.
Correct. That wasn't poison in the bottle, but harmless protein powder.
Okay.
Which makes one wonder,
Where is the poison?
the poison that should have been in that bottle, where did it go?
The bottle of poison was actually filled with protein powder. Oh, did they just fill it with protein powder to make it look like the poison had never been used? Which would mean that conversely, the poison must have been in, could it be? Hang on, Gambit. Okay, there we go. Okay, the poison was in the protein drink. E-I-N, yeah. Give me an R. Okay.
Now I understand.
Oh, didn't Sakura used to...
Must have been poured into the protein can.
Sakura said something about like protein can help heal ailments. Okay. So did she voluntarily drink what she thought was protein powder, but someone had swapped it with poison at some point? Or not protein powder, but protein shake, probably. Man, if someone swapped it, it could have been anyone. Right? I mean, heck, the swap could have taken place at any time.
If the protein's in the poison bottle, it seems only logical to assume the reverse is true, right?
But hold on. The protein shake was planted at the scene. The protein shake was not there at the time of the killing. Because it's on top of the glass. Which makes you wonder. Well, no, it doesn't really make you.
Absolutely. The contents of each container were switched. So the protein was in the bottle of poison, and the poison was in the protein can.
Okay.
Once you accept that, it becomes obvious how the culprit was able to get Sakura to drink the poison.
Holy crap!
All they had to do was hand her something there at the scene, and she was happy to drink the poison herself.
Something at the scene? Well, to presumably a protein drink, but the protein drink was planted on the scene of the crime. So it makes me then suspicious of the person who's pushing the protein drink theory.
I got it! You're saying they gave her a protein drink, right?
A protein drink which actually contained a deadly poison.
What?
That's all it took to kill Sakura. That is the true cause of death.
Okay, here's a question. What if someone swapped the poison with the protein, then someone else got the shake, then gave it to Sakura? Who is the killer? Technically, in that case. What? Ugh. I'm not saying that's what happened, but that very well could have happened. I could see, like, Hina could have gotten the shake for Sakura to help her recover. Maybe. Oh. And then if it was swapped beforehand. Okay. Whew.
You know, I do remember Ogre saying that protein stuff was good for all kinds of aches and pains. So maybe she took it to try and help with the whole bleeding head wound thing.
But what was offered to her instead was a bottle full of poison. And I already know exactly who swapped the mixtures.
For real? Who was it?
Evidence revealing who replaced the two materials was left in the chem lab for anyone to see.
Footprints. The evidence that shows who switched them, it has to be... It's the footprints, right? But... I'm going to assume he's saying footprints.
I got it! The footprints left behind in front of the shelf. That's the evidence you're talking about, isn't it?
I visited the chem lab this morning, and there were definitely no footprints there at that point. They must have appeared around the time of the murder, which leaves no doubt that they're connected.
Are footprints fakeable?
What's more, the footprints were in front of Section A, where I found the bottle meant for the poison. The culprit must have gone to Section A to swap the poison and protein, leaving their footprints behind. And given how clear the prints were, figuring out who they belong to will pose no problem.
It seems so... Hold on. This mistake is too easy to make. No, this is too rookie of a mistake. No one would be stupid enough to actually leave literal footprints at the scene, right? Especially for something... Like, I could understand if it was like, I killed someone and there's whatever and I got someone in my shoe, right? That could happen. But swapping poison would be very, very premeditated. Which means either the footprints are forged, the killer is an idiot, or the killer wanted us to know that the killer was the killer.
All we have to do is check everyone's footprints right now. Then we'll see who...
It was me.
Huh?
The footprints. They're mine.
Hina?
If you're all gonna find out anyway, I'd rather you hear it straight from me, you know?
Then Ogre's killer was...
Wait, is my theory what actually happened?
Yep,
Hold on.
I did it. I killed Sakura.
Yes. You know what? I killed Sakura too. We all killed Sakura. I am Spartacus.
Just as I suspected.
Geez. Why is everyone confessing to murder this trial? Because they get painted into corners, and I think we're getting to the point where the people who are left actually have some degree of a conscience.
The footprints were made by a pair of sneakers. There was no mistaking it. And the only people here who wear sneakers are...
Oh, that's what you were asking about me. Sneakers, huh? The only people wearing sneakers are Makoto and Leon, Makoto and Hina, Makoto and Byakuya.
I got it! Me and Hina are the only ones. Oh, so Byakuya. That explains why you...
These footprints must be... Makoto, are they yours? No! Okay, then let me see your shoes and I'll confirm their size for myself.
If the footprints didn't belong to Makoto, that left only one other possibility.
Can't believe I wrote Leon this whole time.
Plus, Hina's been acting strange ever since the trial began. You were in an awful rush to get to the vote, weren't you? This whole time, you've been focused on pinning the crime on someone else, haven't you?
I can't believe it.
I don't believe it either.
What about it can't you believe?
Well, it's just... the two of them were so close.
Here's my theory. I think Hina gave the drink, but I don't think she swapped the poisons. I don't think she swapped the drinks. I think she gave probably what she thought was protein powder. Was a protein shake. Which again brings you to the question of, if person A swaps the poisons, then person B gives the gives the poison to someone thinking it's something harmless, then person C drinks it. Who's the killer? Who's actually the killer in that case?
That's likely exactly why it turned out this way. Because they were so close, Sakura didn't think twice about it when Hina handed her the concoction. Hina used that trust to kill her. She deceived the victim, and she tried to deceive all of us. I have to say, Hina, coming from you, this was a particularly nasty little scheme.
Hina, is it true? Did you really kill Sakura? And if you did, why? Why would you do that?
I found her. There in the rec room. She was hurt.
Uh-huh.
She asked me to bring her that protein drink.
Did Sakura swap the... Hold on, if Sakura was the one who swapped it, because she requested the drink, if she was the one who swapped it, then does that mean this is a suicide, technically? Or would Hina still be the killer, just unwittingly?
But when I went to get the powder from the chem lab, it just occurred to me all of a sudden.
Now's my chance to kill her. That's what you thought, right? That's when you switched out the protein powder, and that's when you gave her the poisoned mixture.
And then she downed it all at once.
Wait, so she isn't willing to swap it. Okay, well, I guess Hina did it. Well.
And then...
Hold it. I'm not convinced.
Okay, Kyoko.
You're not about to claim she wouldn't kill a close friend, are you? You still don't get it, do you? The game we're playing here isn't so kind. Honeyed words like friendship don't matter here.
Is it
What
Byakuya?
matters is outwitting the opponent, defeating them. Not a person alive would sacrifice themselves for another. In the end, we're all in it for ourselves. Just like how this girl sacrificed Sakura to save herself.
You say that, but I'm still not convinced.
How many times do you plan to repeat yourself?
Yeah, there is powder on Sakura's shoes. That is correct.
Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying it because of
Wait.
some misguided sentimentalism.
No, that doesn't make sense.
But there's still that one unsolved mystery, and I'm not convinced.
Is it the locked room?
Are you talking about the locked room problem?
Hina, if you really are the killer, explain it. How did you create that locked room?
Well,
Sakura, I guess, did it.
that doesn't matter. Just because I'm guilty, that means I have to tell you everything?
Fair.
No, it doesn't. But the fact that you won't tell us concerns me.
Surely you're not... Do you honestly think Hina didn't actually kill her?
And if I do?
Impossible. She switched out the mixtures. She's the culprit. There's no way you can doubt this.
Are you sure about that? Even ignoring the fact that I don't want to believe it, it just doesn't fit.
What doesn't fit?
I mean, why would someone leave such a clear clue like a footprint?
Yeah. This is what I was saying.
It's too obvious, too easy.
He's right. It makes it look like you wanted people to suspect you.
Uh-huh.
That was...
Wait, end it all? Oh no, this isn't what I think it is.
I was just nervous. So, I didn't notice I'd left a footprint.
Here's a question. What would happen if someone committed suicide and then we convicted the wrong person? Everyone dies? We end it all?
You didn't notice?
Yeah, that's just how it was. What can I do?
Assisted is legally a murder. True.
Listen, Hina. Could you go into a bit more detail?
I guess it would depend a bit on how much Hino knew.
Tell us more about when you switched the poison and the protein.
How come? That doesn't matter.
Right, she could just be rolling with this, maybe?
Hina, please, I'd like to know too.
Fine.
Waste your time if you like. It's clear that Hina is the culprit.
This doesn't seem like a mistake. Well, here's an interesting scenario. What if Sakura had this plan? She says, "Oh, give me the protein powder." Hina gets it to her. Sakura downs it, and then Sakura says, "Oh, by the way, this is poison. Here's my plan." Because poison doesn't act immediately usually. Now, there's going to be some amount of delay between when the poison happens and when.
There's nobody else to suspect. Nobody else could have possibly done it.
Well, not necessarily, because the powder could have been swapped at any time, in theory. But the only thing the footprints prove, incontrovertibly, is that Hina went there and retrieved something from Shelf A.
Go ahead, Hina. Start from the moment you arrived at the chem lab.
Well,
It's extremely convoluted. Dude, this is a Danganronpa game. You think that Occam's razor applies here?
right away I went to Section C and got the poison.
And is that when you spilled the powder in front of that part of the shelf?
Yeah. When I opened the bottle, I dropped it like an idiot.
I see. Okay then, go on.
So then I moved to Section A and got the protein powder, and that's where I switched them.
Okay.
Once I was done with that, I took the protein can that had the poison in it and left the room.
Okay.
But I accidentally put the bottle filled with protein powder back on the wrong shelf.
Alright.
And because of that, everything I did got found out. And that's it.
That story you just told. First you went to Section C to get the poison. Then moved to Section A to get the protein, right?
Okay.
Meaning you went from Section C to Section A. Do I...
Yeah.
But if that's true... Isn't that a little strange? The steps come from the opposite direction. You'd expect them to come more from the middle. I mean, it's plausible. You could just like have done that in an effort to cover it up. But if you were if we're saying you were so careless that you didn't worry about the footprints, you wouldn't have been careful enough to worry about the direction of the footprints. Now, would you?
Can you repeat that series of events one more time?
What's wrong with you, Big Mac? You're being awfully pushy.
It's the same thing no matter how many times you hear it. How long until you're satisfied?
And someone's pushing for a conviction pretty hard at this point. How long until we figure it out? Till I uncover the full truth of this case. Alright, who's going to be next to admit to murder? Source of the powder, footprints in the powder, yellow powder, Kyoko's examination summary of the chem lab shell. Okay.
First, I went to section C.
And technically they're all children, I
That's
suppose.
when I grabbed the poison.
And you spilled some of the powder on the ground in front of the shelf.
Yeah. When I grabbed the bottle, I dropped it.
Okay, and then?
I moved from section C to section A. And that's where I switched the powders. Once I was done switching them, I put the bottle filled with the protein powder back in section A.
Okay.
Then I took the bottle with the poison in it and left the chem lab. That's all there is to it.
Honestly, that's enough. How much longer must we tolerate this?
I mean, the footprints are probably it. Let's see, we got footprints, we got the source of the
That's when I
powder.
grabbed the poison.
And you spilled some of the powder on the ground in front of the shelf.
Yeah. When I grabbed the bottle,
What's our description of the footprints? Someone had left footprints in the powder spilled in the chem lab. These footprints appeared only near the leftmost section of the shelf. From this, it can be assumed that the suspect only had business in this area.
Okay, and then?
I moved from section C to section
So it could be
A,
this.
and that's where I switched the powders. Once I was done switching them, I put the bottle filled with the protein powder back in section A. Then I took the bottle with the poison in it and left the chem lab. That's all there is to it.
Honestly, that's enough. How much longer must we tolerate this?
Okay. So it could be that she
First, I
moves
went
from the
to section
sections.
C.
We can't contradict
That's when
this.
I grabbed the poison.
And grabbing the poison isn't
And you
controversial.
spilled some of the powder on
It's
the
going to be
ground
moving
in
from
front
C
of
to
the
A.
shelf.
Yeah. When I grabbed the bottle, I dropped it.
Okay, and then?
I moved from section C to section A.
No, you didn't.
No, that's wrong.
There's no way you were careful enough to worry about where you put the footprints, but weren't careful
You
enough to worry
said
about
you went to get
footprints
the
in the
poison
first
from
place.
Section C, and that's where you spilled the powder, right?
Yeah? What about it?
And after that, you said you moved from Section C to Section A to get the protein. But the footprints left at the scene were not moving from Section C to Section A. That contradicts what you just said.
Then maybe she moved in some weird direction on purpose to disguise her movement?
If she was cognizant enough of the footprints to want to make them go in a weird direction, would have been cognizant enough of them to not make them.
No, that can't be it. Remember what Hina just said?
I was just nervous, so I didn't notice I left the footprints.
What the? Hina, what's the meaning of this?
Well,
You lied to us. Plain and simple. If you look at the footprints, your movements in the chem lab are obvious. The powder had already been spilled when you came in, and you went straight to Section A.
So she didn't. It means it's impossible that she was the one who swapped them.
So you never went to Section C. Whatever you did there, it only involved Section A.
Unless the poison's already in A, but that doesn't really track.
well, you see...
What the? What the hell? What's going on here?
And the footprints aren't the only problem with her account.
Dracula's... He's a little bit, calmer than this.
Before I explain that part, I'd like to submit some new evidence.
New evidence? Man, why did you give this to us yesterday? Come on!
New evidence? Impossible, there can't be.
Oh, someone's a little, worried, Vakia.
Are you sure? After all, you're the one that gave it to me.
I did?
It was hidden inside the bottle of poison you gave me.
Oh.
I'm amazed you, of all people, would miss such a vital clue. A truly grave oversight.
Just say it already! What is it you think you found?
I found this.
Huh. A piece of glass.
It had sunk to the bottom of the bottle. And the hidden clue was exposed, thanks to you ingesting the powder.
What does the glass mean?
I couldn't have solved the mystery without you. So, thank you for that.
Kyoko's having fun with this one.
But what is it?
Oh, you still don't realize? Well then. Makoto, why don't you explain it?
Huh? Me?
Yeah, me.
Fine. If you really do know, explain the meaning of that shard of glass.
It's gotta be from... The shard of light blue glass Kyoko found in the bottle of poison. It's gotta be from the rec room window. Alright, is this where we're getting to the fact that the protein shake was planted after the fact?
I got it! It's part of the window from the rec room door, right? The window? The window we broke to get in was light blue, just like that. So I think that must be it.
You're right. It must be. Of course, that leads to another question.
How would it get in there?
How did a shard of glass from the window get inside this bottle of poison?
What's so strange about that?
Really?
What's strange is that, according to what Hina told us,
Where was it the bottle of poison should have been when I broke the rec room window? According to what Hina told us, it was on section A of the shelf.
I got it! The bottle of poison was left on the shelf in the chem lab. That is what you said, right, Hina? And yet, somehow a piece of glass from the rec room window made its way into the bottle.
Yes.
Everything Hina told us was a lie?
In reality, that bottle of poison most definitely found its way to the rec room.
Okay.
It was there at least until the window got broken. In other words, when the locked room was unlocked. There's no other way to explain the presence of that glass in that bottle.
And then, once the room was opened, the bottle somehow got moved back to the shelf in the chem lab.
So Hina was just covering up Sakura's suicide. It's gotta be it, right?
Meanwhile, the protein can we found at the crime scene was planted there.
If Sakura actually did give the candy to Hiro, maybe that explains the second candy. Hina's like, what? But Sakura, if you're gonna kill yourself, you really do need to try this candy at least once before you die. Because we still need to explain that.
That had to be after the locked room was opened. In other words, after Sakura died.
Wait, hold on. You're moving too fast. I'll grant you, the bottle of poison may well have been in the rec room when it was locked. But how can you say the protein can was put there after the room was unlocked? We already know she was given the protein can with the poison inside, right?
No.
If that can wasn't there when she died, how did she get poisoned?
You're right. We do need to explain that. But before we do, there's something I'd like to confirm with everyone here.
Okay.
It has to do with the protein can.
Yes.
After Sakura's body was discovered, did anyone move it or trip over it or anything like that?
What are you talking about? Is this some kind of loaded question?
No.
Not at all. Just answer to the best of your ability.
Well, no, not that I remember.
Yeah, me either.
Not me.
Same here. Yeah, me either.
Okay then, that settles it. That proves that the protein can found its way to the murder scene after the room was opened.
Oh, come on! How can you say that?
Man, he is losing his cool. I'm not sure if it's just a pride thing or if he's like secretly the killer.
How can you know what I don't know?
The reason she can say that is because there's evidence. There's proof that someone brought the protein can to the rec room after it was opened. It was on the glass, man! The protein drink is going to be what we use here.
When it comes to that protein can, there's not a doubt in my mind. Until the locked room was unlocked, it absolutely was not in there.
So you're saying someone planted it there after we got the door open?
No. No, that's impossible. It had to have been in there the whole time. It had to be.
It was in there before the rec room was unlocked.
No, it wasn't, my man.
No, that's wrong. You remember how there was broken glass scattered all around the room, right?
Of course. It came from the window you broke to get in. What about it?
Well, those pieces weren't just scattered around the protein can.
Oh, here's a question. If Byakuya was the killer, why the heck would Hina lie? That doesn't make sense. So it still must be suicide, right?
We also found pieces underneath the can.
What?
And this proves it. It shows that the can must have been put down on the floor after the window was broken. So it had to be after we got into the room.
I see. So that's your explanation. Kyoko, earlier when you asked if anyone had moved the can or tripped over it...
If that were the case, that would explain the can being on top of the glass.
So you asked everyone about it to eliminate that possibility right out of the gate.
And that's made everything clear, hasn't it? As long as it was a locked room, it only contained the bottle of poison, and not the protein can.
Which means Sakura wasn't tricked.
But once the room was opened up, they were switched, and as a result, the protein can wound up in the rec room, and the bottle of poison returned to the chem lab.
If that's all true, then why did Sakura drink the poison? I thought we all agreed she was tricked into drinking it because of the protein can.
No, that's not why. The only explanation is she drank it from its original bottle, knowing exactly what it was.
Precisely. She was alone in a locked room. All she had was the poison. What other possibility is there?
You're saying she drank it knowing what it was? Such a ridiculous fiction is...
Exactly what happened.
Then tell us already. Sorry. Please, tell us.
Before we get to that, we need to clarify one other thing.
It's going to be the other rapper?
We need to establish who exactly got the poison from the chem lab and took it to the rec room.
It's Sakura. Her shoes prove it.
It was Hina, right? She took it and gave it to Ogre.
What do you think, Makoto?
One who got the poison from the chem lab and brought it to the rec room? It had to have been Sakura herself.
I got it! I think it was Sakura herself.
Huh? So Sakura, who was apparently murdered, just poisoned herself?
Seemingly.
What are you talking about? There's no way!
On the contrary, we know for a fact she went to the chem lab, right to the section full of poisons.
You're lying! Stop lying!
That would explain why it was spilled. She was really injured at the time.
Why? Why would you lie like that?
No, it's not a lie. Sakura definitely went to Section C. I have to get Hina to admit that. Okay. Here we go.
You're a liar! What are you saying? Wrong! You're wrong! I'm telling you, I did it! Stop talking! You're a liar! Wrong! You're wrong! Wrong! You're wrong! I hate you! You're a liar! What are you saying? Wrong! You're wrong! I'm telling you, I did it! Stop talking! You're a liar!
Okay, the source of the
Do you have any
powder?
kind of proof Sakura took the poison?
Hold on. Which of these is... Oops. Oh, please don't tell me I gotta go.
Wrong! You're wrong!
Okay,
Do you have any kind of proof Sakura took the poison?
yellow powder? Is that the powder on her shoes specifically?
Hina, did you know that Sakura's foot had a certain yellow powder stuck to it?
It did?
It did. The same yellow powder that had been spilled by the shelf in the chem lab. That powder was yellow, wasn't it?
Yep.
So the powder we found on Sakura, what else could it be but the powder from the chem lab?
Wait. So, what was that powder doing on Ogre's foot?
And it was only on her instep, right?
Sakura must have been standing right there where the powder was spilled.
Uh-huh.
So the person who spilled the powder by the shelf wasn't Hina, but Sakura. And when Sakura dropped the bottle, she dropped it away from where she was actually standing. Which is how she was able to avoid getting it all over herself. But the powder still got scattered around, and some of it must have wound up on her instep. Is there any problem with my thinking?
But why did Sakura pay a visit to Section C in the first place? The only explanation is that she was looking for poison. After all, that's all that section contained.
Yeah.
No! It was me! The poison! Because I killed her!
No, you didn't kill her.
The one that killed Sakura? The connection between Sakura and the poison, the unsolved mystery of the locked room. There's only one way to explain it. Well, yeah, I did call this as a possibility early on. It was Sakura!
Here's my answer. The one who killed Sakura was Sakura herself.
What? The killer was Sakura?
Wait, so you're saying it was suicide?
I don't believe it. I don't believe it any more than I believe I can fly.
I can't believe it either. Or rather, I don't want to believe it. But when you really think about it, everything matches up. Sakura went and got the poison. She barricaded herself in a room, and she drank it. All so she could end her own life. And that explains why we couldn't solve the mystery of the locked room.
Because of course, Sakura wanted to create the locked room, Byakuya created the locked room in secret, Monokuma forced her into the locked room? I guess Sakura wanted to create the locked room.
I got it! The locked room mystery was created by Sakura.
I'm sure she locked herself in so nobody could stop her from doing what she did. She sat there, drank the poison, and breathed her last breath. And the empty bottle of poison rolled around the locked room until we came and opened it. At that point, Someone grabbed the bottle and snuck it out of the room.
Yeah. What's that about?
And that was you, wasn't it, Hina? You did it to throw off the investigation, didn't you? When we found her body, you stayed right there near the door. Because you already knew Sakura was dead. And because the bottle of poison had rolled near the doorway.
That's when you picked up the bottle, right? I was too shocked to notice anything, and Kyoko was busy checking the body.
And the more I think about it, the more I realize how unusual your actions were.
I have to go get them. I have to go get the others. On shaky legs, Hina left the rec room.
You said you were going to go get everyone else. But your real intention was to go to the chem lab and switch out the containers, wasn't it? Once you were at the chem lab, you headed straight to the section where the protein powder was kept.
Uh-huh.
There, you took the powder and poured it into the bottle of poison you'd grabbed from the rec room. When you left the lab, all you had was the empty protein can. Thinking about it like that, the footprints make perfect sense.
When you were done, you gathered everyone together. And once you were back in the rec room...
I got everyone. Oh, ogre! Oh, so she's dead, huh? Sakura's been killed. I see.
While everyone else was focused on Sakura, you quietly placed the can on the ground. Honestly, I should have noticed. You should have been the first one to run up to Sakura's lifeless body. The Hina I know never would have left her side in a situation like that.
So, Sakura committed suicide.
Why?
In order to hide this fact, Hina undertook a series of actions to undermine the investigation.
But why?
As long as you could disguise the truth, you didn't care if we blamed you for her death. That's why you didn't bother to get rid of such obvious evidence, right? The footprints in the powder and the bottle of poison? Vital pieces of evidence, and yet...
So you're saying Hina consciously deceived us to make it look like she killed Sakura?
No! I killed her! I did it!
No, you didn't.
That's enough, Hina. It's over.
It's not! Nothing's over!
It is. Actually, no. You're right. We have to end this properly.
Okay. Alright, so Sakura leaves notes. Inviting people. Hiro reads one. Toko reads one. I guess Byakuya must also read one? Logically? Okay. Toko comes in. And, decides to hide herself in the locker. Sakura comes in. Hiro arrives. The two share in some candy. Hiro gets freaked out. He smashes her over the head with a bottle. And the knight comes out. He's like, oh no, I just killed someone. Oh no, I'm going to write Toko's name. Gonna frame her for this whole thing. Hiro leaves. Toko comes in. She realizes, wait a minute, what? Me? No, how dare you? And this is when she hides. No, she hides the magazine here. Okay, she comes out. Okay, that's what we're missing there. Sakura gets up. Toko's like, what? And then faints. Toko wakes up. Jill comes out. And, yeah. She smashes with another bottle. Sweeps it up, leaves. Sakura gets up. She's been Hit twice. At this point, she takes her poison and drinks it. We find the room. Find Sakura dead. And Hina is there. Hina notices the poison. And she takes it. She goes out. I guess she like grabs the protein, and then leaves it at the scene. And I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Here's exactly what happened. This case began when Sakura asked a number of people to meet her in the rec room.
What was she going for? Was she just going for like a suicide pact or something? I don't know.
Specifically, those people were Hiro, Toko, and Byakuya.
But she already had the poison.
But one of them headed out a bit earlier than the others, Toko. She got there one step ahead of everyone else and looked around for a good hiding spot.
What? Oh, wait. Did I get the wrong? Okay, hold on. I guess I swapped them, maybe. Okay, this is her leaving. This is her going in. There we go.
Here's exactly what happened. But one of them headed out a bit earlier than the others, Toko. She got there one step ahead of everyone else.
By letting everyone
and
know
looked
she was going
around
to
for a
end
good
it, but
hiding
they got
spot.
scared and attacked her. Yeah, I guess that probably makes sense.
And she found it. She crawled into the locker to get out of sight. Then, from inside the locker, she saw Sakura enter the room. Next to arrive was Hiro. When he got there, he mistakenly thought Sakura was going to try to kill him, so he panicked. Without thinking, he grabbed a nearby Monokuma bottle and attacked Sakura with it. Thinking he'd killed her, he hastily began covering up his crime. He took a magazine from the table and forged a dying message from Sakura. To that end, he wrote down a name. Toko. By writing her name, he was hoping to pin the murder on her. But of course, Toko had witnessed the whole thing. So as soon as the coast was clear, she jumped out of the locker and hid the magazine on the shelf with all the others. But in her rush, she made one little mistake. She put the magazine back upside down. Soon after, she watched as Sakura slowly opened her eyes. She also saw the blood dripping off Sakura's head and fainted. This caused her personality to switch back over to Genocide Jack. When she woke back up, her second personality also saw the blood-soaked Sakura, and she freaked out. And just like Hiro, she grabbed another Monokuma bottle and attacked her. This explains why there were 2 wounds on Sakura's head. Assuming Sakura really was dead this time, she set about disposing of the evidence. She gathered up the broken Monokuma bottle shards and the queen chess piece. And that explains how Sakura was attacked twice with the same type of weapon. But even after those 2 blows, she was still alive.
Man, what a trooper.
So then, what was Sakura's actual cause of death? It was the poison that Sakura herself got from the chem lab. She turned the rec room into a true locked room scenario, and then drank the deadly mixture. And there, she took her final breath. Later on, The rest of us discovered that her body was in there. We had to smash the door's window to get inside. But someone already knew what had happened. Knew that she had committed suicide. And that same someone quietly snatched the bottle of poison from off the ground.
But why, though? I don't understand the motive here. Unless she didn't want us to think that Sakura had killed herself?
Nobody was
I guess?
looking, replaced
But for
it
what-
with an
what
empty
end?
protein can. They did all this specifically to place all the suspicion on themselves. In an attempt to guide the trial to a false conclusion. And the one who went to all that effort was you, Hina. That's the full truth of the case. Sakura took her own life. And you claim to be the killer to hide that fact. Isn't that right?
That's what happened?
Oh, don't act all high and mighty here. You manipulated crime scene number 2, let's not forget, just for kicks and giggles.
But, Makoto, how did you manage to... How were you able to uncover the truth that even I couldn't discern?
Huh? Oh, well, I mean...
I'm just cool. I'm a cool dude.
You still haven't realized? We don't all act according to calculations and cost-benefit diagrams. That's what makes us so complicated. That's what you don't understand. And that's why you couldn't solve this case. See? Didn't I tell you? When you dismiss other people's feelings, it'll always come back to bite you in the end.
So I guess no punishment then. Okay, not a bad result. Ooh, 116 medals, nice.
Okay. I think we can all agree you made your point. Did you guys forget already? You still haven't voted yet.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I guess we vote for Sakura?
You seriously forgot? I can feel my energy draining out of me. Well, whatever. You don't really have a choice anyway. You just gotta do it. Maybe you don't want to, but please grab your lever and cast your vote. So, who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
We all basically know what happened, so I mean...
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Good votes. Yep, Sakura's guilty. Man, imagine if we got that one wrong. That'd be like the worst possible ending. Yeah, that's right. The one who killed Sakura was Sakura herself.
My entire existence!
Okay, we're done here.
What did you say?
So that's the whole truth. Huh. I see. There's still one thing I don't understand.
Come on.
Hina, why did you try to cover up what happened? If the truth hadn't come to light, you would have died along with the rest of us.
What are you thinking?
And yet you... Why did you do that?
Don't be mean!
Yeah, we almost died there.
What is this?
Because... It's exactly what I wanted. What? I mean... The reason Sakura died... was all of you pushed her into a corner. You all killed her. So that's why.
You should have been the one to die.
I couldn't let her be the only one that died.
What?
You don't mean. You were gonna take us all with you? We have to atone for our sins. Because everyone, even me, we all killed her. We'll have to pay for our crimes. We're serious? That's,
What is
You
this?
still don't understand. Let me explain. Do you realize just how much despair Sakura was carrying with her when she died? Look at this. She brutally, or such brutality, has made me desperate. So instead of just waiting to be killed, I'll do it by my own hand. That's... I found it on the ground in front of the rec room. It's Sakura's suicide note. Suicide notes? Thinking back, I should have seen it coming. It was right after Genocide Jack had attacked me. Sakura got mad and stormed out of the nurse's office. I ran out after her and... Sakura, calm down. You don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. I can't calm down. I don't care if I suffer for this. It's my fault after all. But now you're suffering because of me? There you go. That's why.
No forgiveness!
You tried to protect me, but because of me,
I can't forgive
my
this.
closest friend got hurt. Sakura. Because of me, my friends are all going to kill each other. This is all my responsibility. Sakura thought she was responsible. She thought everything was her fault. Which is why she wanted to find some way to get everyone to forgive her. So she asked me to meet with them. You asked to meet with those three? You can't! Don't you know how dangerous that is? Don't worry. I just want to talk to them.
But,
Talk about what? Listen, don't do it. They're all gang up on you at once, even you.
Hina.
Please don't think of things like that. They're not my enemy.
They're friends.
Yeah. And then they all tried to kill her, so. So Sakura. She clearly believed. She completely believed in all of us. You just talked to her. You would have understood. She's a friend to all of us. And yet.
why?
And yet. You tripled all over her feelings. And you did the unthinkable. No, that was just a misunderstanding.
What are you saying?
Don't stand there and call it a misunderstanding. She believed in you. You didn't even listen to what she had to say. Without asking a single question, you tried to kill her. Do you have any idea how desperate she was seeing you act like that? That's what her suicide note means. So just waiting to be killed, I'll do it by my own hand.
Why?
That's how far you'd pushed her.
Huh?
Sakura, what happened to you?
Hina.
Hina, you came. Wait right here, I'll help you out.
Hina.
Huh?
I'm so glad I got to meet you. What's wrong, Sakura? Why are you talking like that?
I have a favor to ask.
Huh?
A favor?
Some protein.
Could I ask you to? Yeah, you gotta just hang on, I'll be right back. That was the last conversation I had with her. went to the chem lab to get the protein she asked for. When I got there, I saw the powder. And that's when I realized. So that someone had taken something from the poison shelf. Sakura. So I ran back to the rec room as fast as I could. But by the time I got there, it was already too late. Sakura!
Please!
Let me in! Please open the door!
Why? Why?
Why did you have to die? She had weaknesses, just like any other person. If you got cut, she bled. Someone hurt her, she felt it. That's weakness. It's normal. And yet,
Why?
you all blamed her. I tried to protect her. I suffered for it. I just added to the weight she had to carry. I didn't even realize it. Hina. We killed her. All of us. We pushed her into a corner and we murdered her.
Why?
People like us shouldn't be allowed to live. And that's why you tried to lead us astray. You did your best to make us arrive at the wrong conclusion during the class trial. Sakura died hating all of us. I wanted to free her of her regrets. But even that got found out in the end. I wasn't able to do anything for her. I could never face her after this.
Hey!
I'm sorry to interrupt, but right when you're about to deliver the final tearjerker, but...
Hey!
It's just taking so long. I'm about to fall asleep over here. I mean, do you really think you have any idea what Sakura was actually thinking when she died?
What is this?
What did you say? Everything you just said is nothing but your interpretation, right? Your own opinion on what her suicide note meant.
What are you saying?
Of course I know what she was thinking. Because her and me.
In other words,
Well, what I'm really trying to say is...
yes, indeed.
Don't you think the entire foundation is shaky? What if it was really like this? What?
What the heck?
What is that?
Of course.
Isn't it obvious?
Yep.
A suicide note. Sakura's suicide note. What? Bettina already...
Too bad.
Oh, I wrote that one. It was all me, baby. What? No. Really?
It's true.
This is the one that Sakura addressed to Hina and put in her room.
Huh?
What then? You lied to me? Oh, don't say lie. It makes it sound so dirty. I just thought I'd liven things up a bit.
Well now.
I can't help it if you totally took my little scribbles at face value. It didn't even have Sakura's signature on it. You filthy little... Not filthy, I didn't do anything. Did I falsify evidence? Did I affect the outcome of the class trial? The case played out between you and you alone. You were the ones jerking each other around. Heck, even if the will had factored in, it still would have been between you guys. So what's the problem? This is all part of the production process, okay? And scene, cut!
And?
So then what did she write in her real suicide notes?
What are you gonna do?
I'm glad you asked. For your benefit, I shall read it using my melodic, angelic, harmonic narrator voice.
Hey!
But you know, haven't you ever been curious about the whole suicide note thing? Who came up with the idea of leaving a note when you kill yourself in the first place?
But hold on.
And isn't it just so unfortunate? Killing yourself was just so final, you know? You can never hear the rest of their story. The truth is lost in darkness. Gives you the willies.
Enough already.
Could you get on with it, please?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, geez, talk about a buzzkill. All right, here we go. Ahem. My good friend Hina, there's something I have to tell you. I hate to do it like this, but you need to know. This is my final wish.
As you know, I've been giving information to the one who's imprisoned you here.
It was our first night in the strange school that the mastermind came to see me.
You see, the mastermind took control of my family's dojo and demanded I become their tool.
You might not see the importance of a dojo, but my family has watched over it for over 300 years.
I couldn't let it be destroyed under my watch, so even if it meant my own life, I had to protect it. That's how I saw things.
However, that was my greatest weakness. And because of that, I made the mistake of giving in to the mastermind.
And what the mastermind wanted from me was nothing less than murder.
They were probably worried that until the first murder had happened, nothing would move forward. But what neither the mastermind nor I expected was the incident involving Sayaka. At that point, the plan changed. The mastermind told me to hold off, to wait until we reached another stalemate.
However, as I lived here with all of you, as I lived here with Hina, my resolve began to weaken.
Watching everyone fight with such despair, trying so desperately to stay alive, I saw the weakness in my own heart, the mistake of succumbing to the mastermind. And more than anything,
I cannot betray those who would call me their friend.
that's how I came to feel. So that's why Sakura...
I've made a decision. I will no longer retreat, no longer compromise, no longer regret. I've made my decision. I'm going to resist you.
Of course, because of that, I decided to reveal her secret, which made everyone else hate her. Her decision to stay true to all of you led directly to all of you hating her for it. Ironic, isn't it? Or maybe oxymoronic, or just moronic.
Of course, I understand if you all hate me. All of this is because of my own weakness.
I am perfectly willing to accept whatever attack you may want to make on me.
So this is my atonement for betraying you. That's what I had in mind.
But unfortunately, that's not enough. This won't end with just me accepting your hatred.
My own situation has started having an effect on more people than just me. Which is exactly what the Mastermind wanted when they revealed my betrayal.
My betrayal brought suspicion, disharmony. The Mastermind knew that eventually it would escalate into someone murdering someone else.
Of course, I'm still responsible for that as well.
I have an obligation to get this situation under control. And to fulfill that obligation, I've decided to do as the Mastermind has commanded. I will do as I was told, and commit murder.
But I've decided the one I'm going to kill is... myself.
If the Mastermind demands that I kill someone, then that someone will be me. Then my dojo will be safe, and above all else, none of you will have to kill anyone. When I die, the source of conflict among you all dies with me. For that, I'm willing to give up my life.
If it can save you, then sacrificing my own life could have no greater meaning. Whatever you think of me, please know that you are all my most treasured friends.
I've never had people like you in my life.
Huh?
Then Sakura didn't feel cornered? She didn't die hating us?
No way!
She wanted to stop us from fighting? To protect us?
Correct.
She didn't end her own life because she was weak. Quite the opposite, in fact. She was strong, Too strong. That's why she killed herself. She chose death for herself in order to protect the rest of us. To sacrifice so much, no normal person could do that.
However,
It was only her limitless strength that made it possible. Oh, Hina.
Finally, Hina, I want to apologize to you especially.
The reason I didn't tell you any of this is because I knew you would try to stop me. I'm really, truly sorry, but please don't be sad. If I can thwart the Mastermind's plans, if I can keep you from killing each other, that's enough for me. This is the path that I have chosen. This is the only way I have left to distinguish myself. And you can use this note to bring the class trial to a quick end. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess all well that ends well, but... I'm so sorry to ask you to do something so unpleasant, but I have to leave the rest to you. Please talk to Byakuya, Toko, and Hiro on my behalf. I can't tell anyone about my plan while I'm alive, but I wanted you to understand why I'm doing this. In the end, though, I hope to show myself through actions and not words. Hopefully then they'll see.
I never saw you as my enemy. You were only ever my friend, who I wanted to help as much as possible. Hina, whatever it takes, survive. Survive along with everyone else. No matter what, just survive.
But
This is... I didn't understand how she felt. Not at all. I thought we were close, and still...
What are you gonna do?
But in the end, all her meddling was, like, totally pointless.
Uh-oh.
She died so you guys wouldn't try to kill each other, but you almost ended up doing it anyway. Thanks to her, or thanks to you, her death had no purpose at all. In fact, it was because of her stupid meddling that the rest of you nearly bit the big one.
Too bad.
She deserves all the blame. Everyone blame her. Go ahead, she deserves it. Now then, the next victim has been decided. Oh no, oh that is, no, please. You can't, no, don't be, not so disrespectful, please, Monokuba. What do you mean next victim? Nobody here blames anyone.
Huh?
First of all, you're in the wrong for tricking Hina with that fake suicide note. And plus, Sakura's death wasn't a waste.
Say what?
Because she made us remember. We're not enemies that hate each other. We're friends. We need to work together.
You know?
To M straight. This is all because of our misplaced hatred.
Well,
I don't blame her. I can't blame her. Nobody can blame Hina either. What? Whether or not there was a spy never really mattered, because the one we need to destroy is you. Nobody else.
What?
What the heck? That's not how this is supposed to go.
How strange.
But anyway, are you sure about that? This killing game is a competition between all of you, remember?
Hey!
Your enemy is each other. He's absolutely right about that.
Phew.
Ha, lovely Byakuya, you understand, don't you? This is a life or death elimination match. The only way to survive is to win. There can be no doubt that those are the rules of the game. Which is why I am bowing out of the game. Really? Okay. And if even Byakuya's backing down. Huh?
Naturally.
Sakura and Hina were both willing to sacrifice their own lives to destroy the reality of the game. Thanks to them, it would appear the others have cast aside their fear for this game.
Don't make me repeat
There's no
myself.
point in participating in a game which has lost that sense of excitement. Which is why I will no longer be participating in it. What's going on here? Now I have only one thing to look forward to.
It's all clear.
And that is to heap the harshest possible punishment onto the one who thinks they can control me. Byakuya, does this mean... Don't misunderstand. I haven't been moved by some thoughtless sentimentalism, if that's what you're thinking. Wherever a master goes, I go too. And if the mastermind turns out to be a guy, maybe I can catch on fire. Everyone!
Hey,
Well, now can you say that Sakura's death had no meaning? Huh, how boring. But nothing good can come of this. I'm still gonna be the one having the fun time.
What the heck?
The fun time? Anyway, let's forget about that good-for-nothing backstabber and get back on track.
You want me to punish you guys?
It's the moment you've all been waiting for. Punishment time! She's already dead. What? But Sakura's technically the killer, right? And she's dead. You're not gonna...
But
Is it me?
Wrong.
Oh, heavens no. Just because the blackened is dead doesn't mean I can just sub in whatever old student I want. Didn't I tell you I'm very particular about the bare times one rule?
Listen up.
But I spent so much time preparing my special punishment, it'd be a shame to let it go to waste. So for my special punishment, I've prepared a special guest. What? A guest? Huh? A special guest?
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time.
And by special guest, does he just mean he's gonna desecrate Sakura's corpse? Or is this gonna be someone else? Entirely? Oh. Ah. I see. That's sad. Excavator destroyer. Oh. Oh. Huh? Wow. You suck, man. You turned him into a mangled hunk of junk. Phew, that really took it out of me. Maybe I'll go grill up a plate of chicken. After all, they say for post-workout grub, chicken's where it's at. And I'm all about the grilled goodness. Fried, boiled, give me a break. The color, the smell, the succulence, grilled is where it's at. I realize how dangerous it could be. But still, I have to do this. I'm scared, but I can handle it. I don't really understand why, but when I think about everyone else, my courage starts to grow. You might think I'm just some inhuman AI, but it's true. So it's okay. For the sake of everyone else, I won't be afraid. Alter Ego's words raced through my heart and soul, and my disbelief gave way to raw anger. The anger turned to fury, black and muddy and boiling over. It bubbled up through my body, quickly overflowing and shooting out of my mouth. How dare you! That was my friend! How dare you kill him!
What's the matter?
Huh? You are friends with a laptop? That's pretty pathetic. What's next? Friends with a basketball? Shut the hell up! He wasn't just a laptop! He's my friend! And you killed him! Is this what you call Animism? Where a soul dwells within all things? Even like laptops? Well, you can call it whatever you want. Bottom line is it got in my way. It was trying to find things out all sneaky.
Just as I thought.
So you finally noticed him.
Actually,
Finally, no. I knew about it from the very beginning. I knew Chihiro was doing something with the laptop, and I knew you were using it to analyze data. I knew exactly how it was all gonna play out from the very start. What? Oh no, that's gonna crush all our hope.
What are you thinking?
You knew, and you were still cocky enough to let us take the plunge.
yep.
Well, I mean, the data in that laptop, it was I guess you could call it a gift from me to you. Or maybe more like a reward in honor of you being able to unlock something so difficult.
Hey.
So of course I didn't care if you got access to that. But sneaking into the network was just too personal, so I had to do a little, reformatting.
I want to be able to help.
I want to keep being helpful to everyone. I want to work as hard as everyone else so that we can all get out of here. Alter Ego wanted to fight for us. He wanted to help at risk of his own life. And for that, he was killed. Yeah, the punishment time has made me feel 1,000,000,000 times better.
Very.
Experiencing a meaningless death is so soothing and makes me remember that every low can get even lower. No. His death wasn't meaningless either. Everybody who's died so far, the deaths of each and every one of our friends, they all make us stronger. I swear to God, someday you will pay for this. Holy moly, you're super bad, like just unreasonably upset.
Well.
Okay, time to bring things to a close. Oh, but before that, I need to read the postscript.
What?
Postscript?
Yep.
Yeah, there's still a bit more left of Sakura's note.
Huh?
Do I have your attention? Okay, then here we go. Prepare your ears for the dulcet tones of yours truly. One other thing, Hina. There's something I'd like you to tell the others. Hopefully it will act as a clue to help you unravel the mystery of this school. What? A clue?
Hina.
I've spoken with the mastermind off and on the whole time I've been here, and so I've learned one thing. Which is, the mastermind has done something to us. Done something? I think what they've done is... Oopsie daisy, that was close on another word and we would have been hip deep in spoiler territory.
Too bad.
Okay, I don't want to ruin the surprise, so book club is dismissed for today. What? You can't just stop at the most important bits? It makes your brain rumble and tumble, huh? It makes you so mad you don't even friggin' know, huh?
You guys.
That's the whole point, stupid! Is to get back at all of you for hardening your resolve! I mean, at least Sakura's notes. Like I'd ever let any of you greaseballs have it! But...
Too bad.
Sucks for you, losers! Wait, what's this?
What?
What is it now?
What?
There's one last line in the note. And let me just say this to the mastermind. I'm not going to just lay down and die. I will fight you, you bastard, no matter what, and that's seriously it. Well, that's kind of confusing, given the context. Wow, what a stubborn loser, huh? She won't lay down and die? She'll fight you? Well, whatever, who cares what some dead musclehead has to say?
Well.
Okay, I'm out of here. You guys should try to get some rest, you know? And maybe take some time to reconsider how you approach this school life of yours. Are you sure you don't want to graduate? Can you really cut free from the regrets of the outside world? Think about that, think how long, and think hard. Those were his parting words to us before disappearing. But what was that all about? Sakura's final message, her last clue to help us solve the mystery of this school. Mastermind did something to us? Kika said something like that before, didn't she? It was after Celeste's trial was over.
You...
What did you do? What did you do to my body?
Who?
What?
Hey,
Answer me, what did you do to my body? The Mastermind did something to our bodies. What are they saying the Mastermind did? What did the Mastermind do to us? I mean, did the Mastermind plant a bomb in us or something? And if we try to leave the school, a sensor goes off? And the bomb explodes? I've seen stuff like that in movies and comics and stuff, so it's not totally unheard of. No, I feel awful just thinking about it. I'm gonna hate this game now. The case is fine, but the emotional beats kind of suck. I mean, it's definitely it's structured like a tragedy for sure. Not everyone's cup of tea, understandably so. I kind of like tragic stories though, so I'm digging it. Anyways, I can't afford to acknowledge thoughts like that.
Yo,
So the class trial is over and Monokuma's gone?
but
So now what do we do?
Yes.
What else is there other than to head back up? Oh yeah, okay, let's get out of here. But you must still feel responsible. Dial back that ego a bit, girl. Kind of mystery someone like you could pose is absolutely no threat.
Not
How
possible.
long do you plan to keep streaming? Basically till the chapter ends, so it's probably only a few more minutes now. I would never have lost thanks to that kind of challenge. You literally almost did. What are you talking about? Kyoko and Makoto are the ones that figured everything out.
Stop talking.
Shut up. Seriously, I'm sorry. How many times do I have to apologize? How'd you make that the last one? I haven't reached a point where I need someone apologizing to me more than once.
Sorry.
Okay, I see what you mean. So then, I'll try. That totally wasn't normal, right? Did she just capture his flag?
No, 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 no!
Huh? Jill, quit being jealous. Can't something exist of someone who would disturb the romance between me and Master?
Huh?
What are you talking about? That's absolutely not what's happening here. Would I ever go for a sleazeball like him?
What did you say?
Sleazeball?
What the heck?
That's right, I called you a sleazeball, because you are. Sleazeball.
See.
Apparently you still have a death wish. Oh, more biting sarcasm. No wonder he didn't have any friends.
No, 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 no!
Hey, stop fighting with Master. You're making me jealous. I want the abuse give and take me. I guess it's not so easy for everyone to act like friends. But yeah, I guess it's premature to call it a tragedy, because tragedy is in large part based on the ending, right? Whether things work out in the end or not. And I suppose we're not at the ending yet, but it seems kind of tragic so far. What with all the deaths and whatnot. Well, that's just how it is for now. And so Sakura's class trial came to an end, and he returned to the world of Hope's Peak Academy. But the story wasn't even close to over. Time kept marching on. We all went back to our rooms, and before long, night snuck up on us.
This is a school announcement. It is now 10 p.m. As such, It is officially nighttime. Soon the doors to the dining hall will be locked, and entry at that point is strictly prohibited. Okay then. Sweet dreams, everyone. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Next chapter's one of your favorites. We'll see. Nighttime descended and pulled me down along with it down into sleep. I couldn't remember the last time I'd fallen into such a deep sleep. But the night still wasn't over for me. A voice. I could hear a voice? Whoa. Oh no, it's Wario! Ha ha ha! No. Wake up. Wake up. Huh? The voice dragged me from deep slumber into hazy half-consciousness. My eyelids were like lead. Oh, hey, Kyoko.
Kyoko?
Wait, what are you doing in here? How'd you get in here? Isn't the door locked?
Yes, it's me.
Huh? Kyoko?
I said yes.
So Kyoko's here.
Wait, what?
In a flash, I was wide awake. What are you doing here?
It's true.
I'm here to wake you up. Oh, I see. Wait, but my door? It was unlocked. You're unbelievably careless. It was unlocked? Are you serious?
Hey.
Kyoko's the sleep paralysis demon. You know, I mean, of all the sleep paralysis demons I have, Kyoko wouldn't be too bad. Always, and you don't have to overreact like that every time you're surprised. What time is it?
Correct.
3 o'clock in the morning, of course. What do you mean, of course? It's 3 a.m.! Could it not wait till morning? Why is Kyoko waking me up at this hour? Alright, well, is it about my lint roller? Do I need to pick this up? You know, still? It's my lint roller. I haven't used it since then. Okay, anyways, well, what's up? It's so late. What happened?
Makoto.
I have a favor I need to ask. A favor? What sort of favor? What's your favor?
So...
Remember what Sakura said at the end of her notes? I'm not going to just lay down and die. I will fight you. Yeah, kind of ironic given what the note was. I want to find out what she meant by that. Oh no, you're not... Huh. Okay, but how do you plan to do that? Then Kyoko put her lips next to my ear and whispered. The data center on the 4th floor. Ooh. What?
Goodbye.
I'll meet you there. Without another word, she was gone. What the? Her words reverberated through my half-dazed head. The data center? But I thought it was locked. Does it come unlocked in the evenings? I made my way into the after-hours school and headed for the data center on the 4th floor. Eventually, I wound up at the data center, but when I arrived, Kyoko's not here, and she could be inside. That's weird. She said she'd meet here, or meet me. She may be inside already? I put my hand to the door, and with a certain amount of force... Nope, still locked. It didn't open. I tried again, but... it must be locked. What was it Kyoko said? The data center on the 4th floor.
What's this?
Ho ho! What are you doing up, mister? You just Yeah, trouble sleeping. You know, I mean, after everything from today, so you understand, right, Monokuma? Ugh! Breaking into a locked room is incredibly prohibited, don't you know? Oh, well, I just, You're trying to tell me you didn't actually bust in yet, right? But...
Hey!
I can see that, you dolt! Don't waste my time telling me crap I can see for myself! It looks like you might break in any second, so I just thought I'd give you a friendly reminder. Or are you gonna try to tell me you were sleepwalking or something? No, nothing like that. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, for crying out loud. Even I'm tired, you know. Stop being weird and go back to bed. What's wrong now?
Just a second.
Why are you out here making a racket? Ah, it was a ruse. Yoko? Now you too?
You guys.
Whatever, the two of you just get back to bed. I'm positively exhausted from the class trial.
It's true.
Sure, you got it. Come on, Makoto, let's head back. What was that about? What?
Hey,
Didn't you hear me? We're leaving. Was I a distraction? I have no idea what's going on anymore.
shall we go?
Don't worry about it. Let's go. Let's just go. Okay. Yeah, go on. Get out of here. Shoo. So we left and went back to our rooms. And then...
Goodbye.
So, goodbye. What the heck was that about? Oh, hold on! Listen, what was all that about just now? She woke me up, made me go to the data center, which just so happened to be locked. And then she shows up late and we leave without checking a single thing? What's the point of all that?
Whew.
Don't worry about it. I figured that'd be the end of our conversation, just like always, but...
Goodbye.
Well then, good night. Sure. And then that was over. But as I turned to leave...
Mukuro Ikusaba.
Mukuro Ikusaba? Is this someone I should know? Kyoko was right next to me once again, whispering into my ear.
Mukuro Ikusaba.
Mukuro Ikusaba.
The 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school.
So there is a 16th student.
The one they call the ultimate despair.
Ultimate despair?
Watch out for her.
What, her? Huh? Oh, chapter 4 is done. The end. 6, nope, 7 remain. Wow. To be continued. Oh, we received the altar lump. All right, well, that'll be it for this stream. Oh man, that case was a roller coaster. Sheesh. I wonder if the next one's gonna be easier. Probably not. They seem to keep getting more and more complex and tough to follow. But anyways, guys, thanks for watching. We'll be back. Well, hold on. The Thursday next week is the 4th of July. Okay, I want to be back next week. Might not be able to do it on the 4th. I don't know. The schedule might be a bit rejiggered next week. We'll see. Because I do want to keep up with the weekly Danganronpa, so it might end up being on Wednesday or possibly even Tuesday next week. So keep an eye out. But yeah, for this week though, we got Jackbox tomorrow, Friday, 10 p.m. Be there or be square. And yeah, thanks for being here. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day or night or whatever it is for your time. But until next time, guys, I've been CMeeCraft, and I'll catch you in the next stream and or video. Goodbye.